Okay, welcome to the Monday, August 6th meeting of the Montpelier Design Review Committee. I will let staff and members introduce themselves.
Liz Pritchett, Mary Randall, staff.
Stephen Everett.
Eric Gilbertson.
Benjamin Cheney.
Unless anybody has anything else to offer initially, do I hear a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor of the agenda, raise your hand. For anybody who's not been here before, we are an advisory committee to the Montpelier Development Review Board. We will review each of the applications and we will forward. The first application on the agenda tonight is for 56 College Street, Harris Hall. Are you here representing Harris Hall?
Yes.
Application? Come up and have a seat. What is your name?
Ryan Nick.
R-Y-E-N?
Yes.
And last name?
Nick, N-I-C-K.
Describe your application and the signs.
So we want to put up a couple of signs for our tenants. So back here, so we want legal aid, the National Wildlife Federation, a monument sign up front, and a directory sign near the main entrance. The tenant signs will have just the tenant names on them. The National Wildlife Federation has a logo on it. The monument sign will come with some landscaping around it to make it look nice. And the directory sign is pretty self-explanatory.
Are those accurate colors for each of the signs?
Yes.
Had you thought of doing anything a little different for the background of this sign, particularly out by the road?
The one on,
White picks up a lot of street dust.
we can take that into consideration. We kind of just asked for a mock-up from the Kirshner sign people, and they gave us something that looked like that. We thought it looked fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just more of a maintenance thing.
Yeah. We have a pretty good maintenance guy we trust.
I like the H on this one better than the other H.
With the floral design,
Yeah, I don't know which one you're proposing.
I suppose we're proposing the floral design one. I was just putting all the signs on the same page and had to kind of recreate it on the page with all this one. That was just sort of my recreation of it, just to have them all on one page without the floral design. But that's the one that we would like.
You're proposing the
Yes.
floral one, just you have the
This
wrong
is-
one on that page.
Yeah, well, it's similar, just without the floral behind it.
Yeah.
So it's different.
So the total accumulated average is around 12 square feet.
Total signs? Yes. 25, 26.
Have you thought about putting some kind of borders on the sign? I was particularly looking at the Vermont Legal Aid sign, and it just it tends to make the signs stand out and look better if they have just a small border of the same color as the sign, an inch in
Just a
or,
pink stripe
Yeah.
around for the,
Okay.
makes it stand out better.
makes the sign look more finished rather than just a white board up there.
Sure.
Also, you guys are doing a great job. The building is beautiful, and you're doing a nice job restoring it and painting it and taking great care of it. To be putting in vinyl posts seems a little incongruous with, like,
Out of character.
out of character with the building, to me.
Okay. We can take another look at that. I think it was more of a cost consideration than a
Yep.
maintenance consideration. But we can certainly look at wood. Still might be a bit pricey, but
I would assume you're gonna maintain the wood on the building and take care of that. That it doesn't seem like it would be to take that step to clean the posts.
Sure.
If you're already in that world with a beautiful wood building. Yeah, I would agree. It just seems, it does seem like it is. or stone or something, but
Not final.
not vinyl.
Yeah.
Maybe that you're so tied to the street. So, yeah, it's gonna be, that's why. Yeah, Seth is just seeing in their application that the posts read as wood signs on the, in the,
Ah,
in
in that case,
4x4 wooden posts.
I'll be with them. I think there was a missed email between the sign people at Kirshner and our office.
Yep.
Yeah. The original plan was wood. They came back with vinyl.
Yeah. I like the other one. It is a beautiful building, you guys have done a nice job with it.
So the only thing we were adding is we were recommending the monument sign have wood post instead of vinyl. And then any of the other signs, the legal aid, monument, or the directory, if you choose, and again, that's at your option. You can do a pinstripe border around the perimeter of it to set it off, give it a finish look, at your option.
Okay.
Any other. And again, actually, as you were starting to create the signs that you're looking, the option is to option for your colors. So right now, as you do them, you can go to either an off-white or the colors sort of where the shape of the building. And again, as you create the signs, the finished sign, again, that's your option.
Okay.
You need lighting on any of the signs?
There's existing lighting on the building that we installed in anticipation of the signs, but we needed tenants first. So now that we've gotten tenants, the monument I don't think will be lit, but there is existing lighting. You can see on this national wildlife. There are a couple of gooseneck down-facing lights.
You're all leased. Close.
Yeah. Or, that's kind of also my job, so hopefully soon we'll be all leased up.
Criteria, there's a criteria sheet for each of them, and for the signs, and I'll just read down through them. The same review standards, preservation and reconstruction of the appropriate historic style of the proposed project in the historic district and also historic structure acceptable. Harmony of exterior design with other properties of the district acceptable. Compatibility proposed exterior materials with other properties in the district acceptable. Compatibility of proposed landscaping not proposed in this application. Prevention of use, actually, is there landscaping, is there anything specific or just a general?
A mulch bed, some light shrubbery.
Okay. That's acceptable. Prevention of use of incompatible designs, buildings, color schemes, or exterior materials acceptable. Location and appearance of all utilities, no additional lighting proposed. Recognition of and respect for view quarters and significant vistas including gateway views of the city and state house acceptable. Conformance with cityscape placement and design recommendations acceptable. Compatibility with subject property adjacent properties acceptable. Shall not obscure significant architectural details acceptable. Consistency and uniformity of multiple signs in CB2 and P districts. This is in those districts. Illumination, applicable. Tenants and banners, not applicable here. Individual letters affixed, painted, or engraved directly on the building or structure are encouraged. These signs at this location are acceptable. All in favor of the application, raise your hand. And I'll let you sign that above my name. Okay.
We did have one further question, not to, complicate matters. But we had another sign here that we were going to propose, but we don't have a tenant for that space yet. It's a staircase to the second floor. And we were wondering if we could just get like an administrative approval for that, or if we'd have to come back before this committee.
You need to come back to there.
Okay, even if the sign's going to look more or less like the other ones? I understand, I just
Yeah.
figured I'd ask,
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna need something for the directory, but for the
Yeah,
new
for
sign,
another tenant
for the new
sign.
tenant.
Yeah,
you'll
yeah,
need-
we'll have to
yeah.
reschedule.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we'll also have to check your area. I
Okay.
don't know if Audrey told you how much you have left.
I think, yeah, we have a bit left.
Yeah,
Um,
I know you have some left, but.
25.
Yeah.
We have like 25 square feet, but anyway, you'll need to come back.
That's fine, I just figured I'd ask.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. It's a nice drive down.
Could have done one.
Yeah.
Guys for rent or the sign.
I think we've got one of those on the front lawn.
Wording is early.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Next application on the agenda is for 105 State Street. Tommy Lozon. Welcome to Montpelier.
How are you?
Good.
Do you have a copy of the actual application for reference?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Jay's been here two
times over 38 years.
And
Oh, I'm sorry, my wife Karen.
Karen Lozon.
thank you. Go ahead, describe your application.
So this is an application simply for demolition. Looking at what the new design would be, the way of programming, the size, et cetera, which is yet to be determined, but we'll be coming back to you for that. We're in our understanding is that we need to come to you to say what it's going to look like in the future. The city had proposed some discussion with both Roger and Tom that maybe some boulders around such that would prevent people from coming in, which was thinking at least at the moment. And that they might have a 1 year on that timeline. My anticipation is that within that time frame, we'll be coming in with a new design proposal, which would then take us to this would be for the demolition this time. So we were looking, as you have, I think you in your package, this is the building that would come down within that area. We were then proposing we probably would fill, there is some area of foundation and cellar that we'd be filling with a structural fill, such that it would be ready then for future building. would likely remain as a crushed slate material at this time. We wouldn't look at paving that because that would be torn out. And then these red dots indicate where we would anticipate the location of boulders, such that the car couldn't pass between them. People wouldn't be sort of indiscriminately parking within it. And then I think you probably have this sort of an indication as to what that might look like with those in place.
Not wild about that idea, to be honest with you. I mean, a chain link fence would look offensive, even, keep in mind, demolition to construction, it's the winter.
Yes.
Maybe Mother Nature might provide a natural barrier this winter, but seems like we can't even count on that anymore. So we realize that, something like a chain link fence, that would just be offensive. The boulders aren't particularly attractive. They seem a little out of place, so I'm open to any other suggestion.
Just temporary, right?
Yes,
This is to
yeah, they
keep
wouldn't
that-
be there very long, and, the bigger issue is somehow we'd have to mark the boulders in the winter. I wouldn't want people, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. I don't know if we'll literally, this sounds silly, but, a big part of our job in the development company is managing risk and anticipating what people might do wrong. So we might actually drill holes in the top of the boulder and put reflective flags on them so that, someone moving about at our neighbor's property doesn't think it's just a pile of snow and try to drive through it. Or a plow pushes it around. So, I'm open to any suggestions. Other
And
than
we coordinate with the city for the Bombardier, how far back would you want them for clearing sidewalks, et cetera?
Generally, I'm not in favor of demolition before you have a plan for the project. That's an existing building, it's an old building. Went through some, finding it not to be historic. I think it was probably built about 1945.
Probably about that, yeah.
But it's been pretty severely damaged, taking a metal tile off it and sandblasting the bricks and the mortar. It's pretty clear the mortar wasn't designed to be exposed to weather. I'm surprised it's lasted as long as it has. Usually that sandblasting bricks is not a good thing. Any idea what you're thinking about?
Sure.
Sort of along those lines of thing.
Yeah, a building that is not very different in terms of the width. Building would be probably, in terms of the footprint, twice as large, absolutely multi-story. A lot of folks have expressed interest in tenancy and what the eventual use is going to be, and right now what Jay and I have been kicking around is it 2, is it 3, or 4 feels too big to me. I doubt you'd see I really doubt, don't hold me to anything, but I really doubt you'd see a 4-story application. It just, it would kind of dwarf the surrounding buildings. 2, obviously, we have to go 2, and I wouldn't do less than 2. And so that's the issue. It will likely be a mixed-use building, some sort of office retail, something appropriate in the downtown. I really like the idea of housing at one point in time, but quite frankly, I'm a lot more interested in the pit out back the more I've walked around in the area about doing something great. So, we've got a history in Barry. I could point at a number of buildings. We don't disrespect neighborhoods. I don't think there's anyone in Barry, while they might argue with my politics, I don't think there's anyone that would argue that I haven't left a property better than I found it, and that my properties don't enhance value. And, listen, that's not lost on us here. The reason why I pursued that property is because it is special. It's on State Street. If you think of the history that's there, it's a pretty special area. So, while we're still trying to program the building, I can absolutely tell you it's not anything that you won't be proud of.
From a massing standpoint, you've got 5 stories here, and 3 on the other side, so it seemed like maybe 4 might be, 3 or 4 might be.
Even the setback, the pavilion is right to the sidewalk. What was the old Vermont Federal building is set back quite a ways. we'll likely split the difference. We know, there are some things we know. We know that our building is roughly 4 feet in terms of floodplain. The building floodplain is about 4 feet from grade, which puts us based on the, and we'd like to have that discussion with the city, because every other municipality is 1 foot above floodplain, you're 2, which is going to put our building, no, I'm not.
That's Audra.
No, I'm just,
That's Audra.
but, so that puts the building 6 feet up, which, if you're going, so, you know, so when we looked at the likelihood of an access ramp, 60 feet of access ramp, I mean, that would just be offensive. So we'll likely do something at grade. We'll do a half-stop elevator at grade so that we can eliminate the, we can't have a 60-foot ramp. I mean, you just can't. So we know that the setback, well, until Jay tells me, I don't know, but I suspect the setback will be something, you know, it won't be like the pavilion sitting right at the sidewalk. It won't be quite like Vermont Federal. It will be something that graduates the setback.
Right, we could actually be, by city zoning, we could be 0 lot line on all sides.
Yeah, but I don't see that in the front.
Thinking that at the
You're gonna look
front,
good.
we might relate to like the porch at the pavilion.
The State Street side of the pavilion isn't right up to the sidewalk.
Correct.
The steps come down, it's
Right.
that side.
It's about 12 feet, and that's from the porch forward, and that's kind of what we might think of doing similar.
And even, you know, and even going to, you know, setback, one of the things that I've discussed with, you know, Jay, this is the existing building here. We could, I mean, our property is here, we could build all the way to here. I don't think that would really be a great idea, because, you know, looking at this very large parcel back here, someone's going to have to get to it someday. Maybe not during my lifetime. So I told Jay, look, you know, why don't we pull the building back to allow two-way traffic here if it's ever needed, and 6 feet of sidewalk. So from building to building, you'd have 2 travel lanes, 6 feet of sidewalk. If anyone ever needs it, we can easily, you know, trade. We'll trade you our land for some parking spaces somewhere. You know, but, I mean, that's what we've done for decades, is kind of look beyond this project and think about how other areas might develop.
I always call it the Thrush Building, but that used to sit up on the street. It was-
I understand that. That's,
It was moved back.
it's kind of
That would
interesting.
really be a neat thing to do, to put that back up on the street, but I...
No, listen, believe it or not, we looked at that. We actually spoke to our neighbor who, you know, and it's his property, and I absolutely respect someone's right to, but he wasn't interested in looking at that, and we actually discussed it. It was just cost prohibitive. I mean, and even looking at the, I'm sure Mr. Russell is proud of his building, but even looking at the condition of that building, and we even had a house mover, the one who actually lifted the old Jones Brothers shed in Barry, which was the biggest lift in North America when they did that one. We actually had Norm go down and take a look at it, and he just said, you know, I just can't guarantee that I can move that building. He said, you know, I might lose it on the way over. It's just not. So we did look at it. So don't think it's a bad idea. I thought it was a neat idea until people started putting a cost to it, and then it wasn't that so great.
I watched them move an 8-story brick building in Indianapolis.
It's cool. The way they do it, it's art form. It's
Right,
not
they
all
say
science.
That you can leave the dishes in the cupboard.
So,
Sorry, I had a quick question. What's the difference in the grade between the sidewalk and the back corner of the property along the side street?
Well, I would say it's probably a foot total from front to back.
Maybe a little more. I walked around it.
We haven't
It's not a lot.
done now.
Maybe a
It's-
little more than that.
From the street, it's only a foot from here to the back corner here?
I don't think it's a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it goes up some, but probably about that.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really isn't a lot, because when you're in when you're in Mr. Russell's parking lot, you know, it's not a big curb. I mean, yeah, I know it's not more than a foot. So I think Jay's estimate of, you know, approximately a foot would be
Starts to
about
change
right.
fairly rapidly after that as it goes on up. And there's that ramp from the state park.
Yes.
so, in general, I'm enthusiastic for the idea of a new building there, but I don't fully understand the rush to remove this one. Doesn't seem like you have a solid plan yet.
Well, it's difficult for us to develop a solid plan until we know that we can remove the building. And then that really, I mean, everything costs money. I mean, to date, we're, between having to deal with, tank removal expenses that even though they weren't ours, we got stuck with them, doing things the right way. You get tens of thousands of dollars into it. So I simply wanted to make sure, that we were able to remove the building before I turned Jay and his creativity loose and, told him to design me a multi-story building.
And certainly aspects of timing, there'll be, we have to look at soils as we go through that and such, and don't want to have any of those things sort of become holdups, which they can. We're moving toward the future.
What is the timing?
I'd like to think that we could program the building in the next 60 days, get on the permit schedule. I think our permits could be issued, I think, in as little as 60 days. That's 4 months, and summer's gone, I mean, it's Labor Day. So that literally puts you through the end of the year, and then we're mobilizing the way the construction seasons have been. We could have the building down this fall, and then we could start construction in April. And that would be our intention. We plan on starting construction as quickly as we can in the summer months. We're already notifying contractors that, and in speaking with, we did enter this property in the BRELA program with ANR, and that is the schedule that we've submitted to them. Construction would start in the spring.
Is part of the reason for moving the building sooner than later the property cleanup as well?
There's going to be some remediation. It's really just site management. There's, even the demolition, we would likely do that. Everything's got to be done in stages. It's not a big site. We respect our neighbors. You've got a restaurant out back that depends on that egress and ingress, for their customers. So it's really just project management, and that's why we wanted to remove the building first, so that if they're, we're not aware, interestingly, when all of the readings except for one directly under the tank were within permissible levels. So we don't think there's really going to be a lot of site remediation. But one of the things we don't know until you remove the building. And we can't test in the basement adequately until we get the building out of the way. We don't expect to find anything. I mean, remarkably, see here, considering it was a Walt Simondinger site, remarkably, I was pleasantly surprised. Remediation will probably be in the, $60,000 range.
It certainly was a garage, as we all know. And it sort of takes one of the aspects of critical path that could be an unknown and a hiccup out of the equation to allow us to move forward in a linear fashion in the spring.
We can deal, we know, I've got prices, assuming that we had to excavate from grade to a depth of 12 feet, 50% of the site, which would be pretty extraordinary. We know that if we take the building down first, that wouldn't put us off critical path in terms of construction. If we start in the spring and we run into a problem, then it's going to be a real problem, and then it throws the construction critical path off, and this is Vermont, so now we're into winter construction, costs escalate, so we're really just trying to manage the site.
We used to get contractors to hold bids for, 60, 90 days. Now,
Not anymore.
A couple of weeks.
Steel, seriously, steel, you get it for 24 hours, and that's it.
And we'd like to be bidding it at that time. Ahead.
Do you have an example of a building in Barry like this that you've removed and then built?
No, we really tend to, most of the buildings that we've done in Barry, the Reynolds House that Karen is doing now on South Main Street, the Cornerstone Building 47 and 59, North Main, 100 North Main, which is a building that doesn't get much attention, the Spa Building, which we actually saved from demolition. Most of the buildings, if they're candidates, we did take down a building on Elm Street, but we left out a parking lot that was to support 47 and 15, the Cornerstone Building, so that supported that. We really tend, we tend to rescue old buildings.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
where?
this is, it's the use. We've never purchased a gas station before, and we've learned a lot. We've learned that, when you use a concrete slab to accept, petroleum products for 50 or 60 years, that literally it leaches into the slab such that, it's going to off-gas for decades. So it's fine to have a filling station in there or a repair place. It's just, you couldn't rehab this building. I mean, when they pulled the tank, they buckled, we don't have a picture of the building, but they actually buckled this corner of the building. When they pulled the tank was actually under the building, and they weren't careful about pulling the tanks and weren't really careful about the building, and they actually buckled this corner. So, some buildings can be saved, and if we can save old buildings, but, a building like that, you could reuse it as a repair facility, but to try to get it to accept
Yeah.
humans, it
Yeah,
just
and it's
probably
not the
wouldn't
best
work.
use of that piece of property. I agree.
Yeah, so, one that I certainly took an active role in developing, but it's not my building, contrary to what a lot of people very like to think, was the City Place building in Barry, where the Department of Education is. We took a very active role in taking down a number of buildings, and I actually owned the property and was the lead developer until, obviously at that time being mayor and pushing the state to sign a long-term lease is a little bit of a conflict, so we did the right thing. We had DEW Construction, who's done a lot of work here in Montpelier as well. They took the project over, and that project worked well.
You were very much a part of making Community National happen.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that
Which
one.
we did.
Yeah, Community National Bank in Barry, that was, we actually purchased, that was an auto parts store. That was a long time ago. My memory's not as good as yours. That was an auto parts store. It was a Napa store at the time, and we leveled that building. The buildings were similar in size, but that was a one-story building. We leveled that building. We have the distinction of being one of the only people who have successfully negotiated and purchased property from Jeffrey Jacobs. And we purchased the property from Mr. Jacobs right next door at a price of $1.5 million an acre equivalent. But I knew who I wanted my neighbors to be at the time. And then we built the Community National Bank building in Barry. And that was on this property will not be on, no matter what we do, I've already made the decision, we won't be asking for a tax stabilization. I admire what you're trying to do in Montpelier with your TIF district. I know how they work. You need the grand list. So with the Community National Bank building, that was a 10-year tax stabilization program, worked really well for the city. That's over. It was about 15 years ago? Yeah. So thanks for that, because that was one example of one where we took one down and built one.
The interesting things in Montpelier is this used to be a real service station that served the people who worked for the state. You could drop your car off there and get your muffler and tires. And then the mobile across the street was that, where the county courthouse has its parking lot was a service station. So is the bank, the branch bank for,
Yeah, right.
if that was a service
That was
station,
too.
and the dry
The,
cleaner
dry
and the
cleaner
M&M
was
beverage.
every
were all-
corner.
Were all service stations. And so we should have a service station downtown, but I think it's great for state employees to be able to drop their car off. It is a real service. I think there's only two left that do that. There's Perry's and Thompson that have sort of walkable from state employees to drop their cars off. And Perry still puts your gas in. Probably the last one left in the state. Is that?
And we have the same thing in Barry. We've got one, Summer Street Auto. Great guys, they do a great job, but what it boils down to is it's a different industry. Who would have thought when I was growing up, if anyone had ever told me that my car would go 50,000 miles before it needed an oil change because of synthetic oil, I'd be like, there's no way. So it's a different business now, and unfortunately, as we've found out in a lot of our downtowns, probably a more appropriate use to get them away a little bit.
Well, it was when they were really service stations. Now the convenience store that pumps gas, maybe not so much, they belong to the very much.
Not our business model.
So, we kind of tested, it won't be a parking lot. It's going to go directly to a building of some sort near future.
Oh, I'll pay a $50,000 penalty if we don't build a building. No, I mean, I know, we didn't purchase this, we purchased it to do something great. And that's absolutely what we're going to do.
Stay mat, right?
Yep.
Would be
In the interim?
in the filled area, right.
Yeah, and it won't be maintained, it'll be blocked out from
Correct.
all pedestrian traffic and vehicle, right? Boulders, I know, honestly, a construction fence doesn't bother me for that period of time. I think the boulders are a little ridiculous, actually.
They're a little out of, I mean, we would be happy to work with the city to come up with something, if the city would like us to barricade it so that people can't park there, we're happy.
requested that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And there were boulder suggestion in the spacing that cars not drive through, and it seemed fine, but.
I was amenable to just letting people, people park there today.
I don't
I'm
understand
not
why
charging
that's a problem.
anybody, I haven't charged anyone to park there. I'm not, people have kind of, few people have figured it out.
I mean, that was a possibility, then you have to manage it.
So we could even, like you said, it's a short period.
Yep.
I wouldn't have a problem, I mean, if the city said, Tom, can we sell parking permits there? I don't care. I'm not going to police it. We're not going to plow it. We're not going to police it. But if there's a higher and better use in the very, short time between demolition and construction, we can do something better than rocks that are more visible in the winter, I'm open to anything.
People would love to be able to park there. I think you could get some good money for parking places.
Now, I'm a creative guy. I'd have Citizens of the Month. I would look around and say, who really does great things in Montpelier?
There you go.
You get like a gold star parking lot, parking space for free for 30 days, so.
People that used to have their business in there, they moved out on
Elm Street.
Mhm.
They had a plowing business, and I wonder if they'd be interested in leasing and managing the park. Just.
They plow for the state.
Yeah, I understand the gentleman who, what I heard is that there was a plow truck there over this winter as we were, because, we've been talking to them since January of this year. And there was a gentleman that had a big, like a bucket loader there
Yeah.
with a big plow on the front of it. We'd be amenable to most anything. If the boulders are preferred, that's what we'll do. If open is preferred, that's what we'll do. The only thing I didn't want to do, I didn't think just a chain link, barricade fence with no opening. I think, well, that would look a little strange. I thought that would just look weird. And then, and then putting a lot of money into a fence, we looked at real fencing. It looked, a 3-rail fence. It looked a little out of place, and honestly, it seemed like a waste of money when it's going to be snow covered, hopefully in November.
Well, get shot, but Jersey barriers would probably be the easiest thing to do, because they're easy to move with a bucket, and you could probably sell them to somebody when you get done.
Like I said, we're open to most anything.
I don't think it matters, but I would chat with the people that do the state, see if you can lease it to them and leave it open. I sort of hate to see you put money into boulders and whatever else for some short period of time. I don't know how the city would feel about that.
It would require a conditional use permit, but a detail.
Well,
Maybe if we're not the applicant, like they are.
we're happy to do, whatever is is reasonable and makes everyone happy.
It seems like a wonderful piece of property for some sort of exposure of something for that short amount of time, whether that's some sort of like art piece, whether that's some sort
Yeah.
of like, I don't know, some pop-up restaurant-y business. I don't know, but it seems like a really
You
great
might see the
spot.
Cornerstone guys over there once or twice in the fall.
Yeah. I think that would be great.
Yeah, so, like I said, I realize that this requires approval, and that's understandable, so I'm not sure if it could be a condition, assuming you'll approve it, if it could be a condition of approval that we work something through with the city that they're, amenable to. We're happy to install whatever kind of barricading they want. If the city would prefer us to have us not install barricades for whatever reason, we're happy to do that. If we have to come back here for another permit because it means we're going to let people park there, we're happy to do that. It's a relatively short period of time. We don't want to upset anybody. We don't want to upset our neighbors. We don't want to embarrass anyone. So
I'd be certainly willing to just, whatever you want to do there in the way of, barriers, rocks, Jersey barriers, some kind of a fence, or leaving it alone. I think we can give you those alternatives, and I'm happy having Meredith make a sort of an administrative decision when you come in. If she feels it needs to come back to design review, then fine, but I wouldn't think so.
Well, one thing is with the rocks, you do get more options for pop-ups. You're not blocking pedestrians from getting in there with the rocks. So if you found somebody who would want to use that in the fall or the early spring for pop-ups where you just then take it down the same day, you don't require any other kind of permit. It's on private property.
You wouldn't worry about cars coming in.
You wouldn't worry about cars coming in.
I'm a berry guy. I would have drawn granite anyway, so. Wouldn't have been stone like Plainfield boulders or something.
The rocks, it gives you a little more flexibility.
Some of the city cars are so small, you're gonna have to put the rocks really close together. Motorcycles,
We're not, motorcycle parking.
yeah, motorcycle, bicycle.
There you go.
park.
Normal.
Bicycle
Bicycle
parking.
parking,
There you
bicycle
go.
parking, I don't know
The-
if that's part of the parking lot.
Be happy with that? A
We
little
wouldn't-
tough in the winter, but some do.
There you go. Bicycle.
So like I said, we're happy doing whatever is going to, the city thinks is appropriate.
You could put the rink on it.
My worry, and you've done enough.
Let them do it in a heartbeat. We got water.
It is set as a vacant lot,
Mhm.
whatever you do for say, a long time. I mean, when the Nelson brothers had a hole in the ground where your building is, Steve, where the Capitol Grounds is, there was a hole in the ground there. I don't know, for 10 years, the same thing is true.
2 years, 74 to 76.
Is that all that was in there?
It burned in 74, and the building was built in 76.
Yeah.
And
Well, there was a discussion that didn't say maybe it's.
where City Center is, that was,
permit.
it burned, and the holes turned into a swamp in there.
There was thought about having a limit on the time, like a year, and then if nothing happened, you'd have to come back with a plan.
Yeah, I think that's,
And we're happy with
yeah.
all of that as well.
A time limit to come back with a permit is
Yeah, yeah.
totally acceptable. Audra and I have talked about that possibility already.
I'm sure you want to get it income producing as quickly as you can.
That would be nice.
If you're thinking about people to do temporary things in there, you might want to touch base with Montpelier Alive. I've talked to them about other projects here in downtown, short-term pop-ups. They might have some ideas of people who are looking
Maybe
for
might
something
manage it. Yeah.
possible.
Based on some of the ideas that were tossed out, what I just wrote down was that building demolition was approved. And then once the building is removed, the applicant has the option of surrounding block with boulders or contoured concrete blocks, or subject to any city requirements, can be used for temporary parking for cars, bicycles, or other equipment.
Works for me. Thank you.
I think
Whether a
coming,
pop-up is covered in
just
there.
go back in a year with plans.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yep, good.
Absolutely.
Won't take that long.
Audra and I can put additional stuff.
Because there are people in town that, think of that as an historic building because of its gas station. When we did the National Register nomination, there was some discussion about that.
Yes, I met a few of them when the tank removal was happening. I think they confused that with demolition, so I met a few of those people as I was standing there. They told me exactly how they felt.
I would feel very definitely about the demolition if the metal siding was still on it.
Yeah, it's
Still.
really not an appropriate candidate for restoration. It's just not.
Not worth the investment.
I don't know that you could even, I don't think you could create a safe environment. I mean, there is a significant amount of off-gassing. You don't notice it. There's a reason why they keep the doors open in the summer. And when you go in that building now, it's been shut up for about 6 weeks. There's a significant amount of off-gassing from that slab. I mean, I don't think you could create a safe environment in there. So.
And Devon did send to the city that there's a non-contributing structure.
People used to be a lot less disciplined in their disposal
Oh, yeah.
of petroleum materials.
They didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know.
Right, they didn't know, you just let the plug out. and-
I used to always wash parts in gasoline, mechanic. I don't know whether that had a grease pit. A lot of the gas stations had a grease pit. When they spilled a lot of oil in that.
I think any of us over 50 have learned a lot in the last 20 years. So we're making amends for it. It's all good.
Okay, I'll run down, there's a short list of criteria for this one. One, preservation and reconstruction of the appropriate historic style of the proposed projects and historic district involves an historic structure. Culvert demolition is acceptable. So it's
NA.
It's a non-contributing building on the National Register. I would put that in there.
This not being site plan review does not go on to DRB, is that correct?
This is just administrative.
I think it's a real opportunity to put a neat building.
Yeah,
Really, it's,
So we have high expectations.
We'll hit 'em.
I think quality design is a big deal with buildings, just
Absolutely.
in general, and losing a building that has some historic value, not enough to really be saved, and so it needs to be, particularly in that location. I mean, I think.
You're not going to see a glass front steel building, I promise. You're going to see something with an appropriate cornice, and it's going to, you don't try to make, it's not old. You try to make it a companion building to the buildings next door. We're going to do that. It's going to look great.
Number two, harmony of exterior design of the represented district. Again, demolition of the site plans acceptable for the design review committee. Compatibility of proposed exterior materials, unproposed as of yet, actually acceptable stone is acceptable. Compatibility of proposed landscaping, again, stone acceptable. Prevention of the use of incompatible designs, buildings, color schemes, or exterior materials not noted. Location and appearance of all utilities, no change in utilities.
Something. Side light poles.
There's a light pole to take out.
Yeah, that's.
And then Tom has given us the instructions on when water and sewer disconnects, how he wants those done. We'll kind of coordinate that with him.
Tom McCardle.
Tom McCarthy.
Yes.
Yeah, not just.
Nah, I don't know. Not me.
Streets.
Correct.
In recognition of and respect for view quarters and significant vistas and gateway views of the city and state house acceptable. All in favor of the application, raise your hand.
You put the condition that they have to come back in 8 year plans, right?
Within 12 months.
If it's not on here, we'll be putting
Yeah.
it on.
Okay. That's just, I think that eliminates my worries about having an
Sure.
empty
Understand.
lot there for a long time. I know that's not the way you operate.
I worry about that too.
Yeah, I'll get you, one of you to sign that.
You'd have a big investment in an empty lot.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much, folks. Pleasure seeing you and meeting you.
Thank you.
Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
And we do informal reviews as you develop.
I would think we'd probably do that at some point.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Just come in and yeah, you don't have to apply, make an application, you can just come in and get on the agenda, and that's worked well. I think for a lot of projects, we did it for the hotel, which is a much bigger project.
Happy to do it.
That's good.
It's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, yeah.
Thanks for your
Thank you.
time. Yes, we'll look at the August 6 minutes.
I'll move them.
Do I hear a second? All in favor of the August 6 minutes? Raise your hand. Minutes are approved. Any other business?
No, I'm gonna move adjournment.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All in favor of adjournment, raise your hand. Meeting is adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you all.
I had a long discussion with Meredith today, the city's access to the
Everyone else ready?
Sit over here.
Good. Good evening. Welcome to the City of Montpelier Development Review Board for Monday, August 20th, 2018. My name is Daniel Richardson. I am the chair, and the other members of the board from my right are
Rob Goodwin. Kevin O'Connell.
Meredith Crandall, staff.
Kate McCarthy.
Tom Kester.
Claire Rock.
All right. The first order of business is approval of the agenda. Do I have either a motion to approve the agenda or a motion to amend?
So moved.
Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Tom. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the agenda as printed, please raise your right hand. We have an agenda. All right. There are no comments from the chair. I will discuss. This is a somewhat unique application before us, and some of the members on the board now are new to this, so we'll have a discussion at that point. The next item is approval of the minutes of August 6th. Myself, Kevin, Kate, Tom, and Rob were in attendance. I would make two suggested edits to this. One is, I believe that in my comments from the chair, I also welcomed the new members to the board, which would have been Rob, Deb, and Tom at the time.
Okay, so do you want to name them?
Yes. Just
Okay.
add them
Okay, if it's,
as a welcome. And I don't think I voted for myself as chair, but if I had, I would have voted for myself, but I think it was another 6-0 vote with me abstaining.
sorry about that.
That's okay. But other than those changes, any other changes, or a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Kevin, as amended, right?
As amended.
Thank you. Motion by Kevin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Rob. All those in favor of the minutes that are eligible to vote for them, please raise your right hand. We have minutes, and welcome to Ryan. All right, we have only one piece of business before us tonight, and that is the Murray Hill final plan review for the one-lot subdivision. And I'll just simply note for those who were not here at the last meeting, a couple of key points that we decided, or that were decided as a result of the application. First of all, this is an amendment to a 1983 subdivision. So a lot of the substantive rules that we're going to be applying tonight go back to the 1983, or actually 1973, zoning and subdivision regulations. And so if you have any questions, I know that the packet itself and the memo had a lot of that, but we'll refer to Meredith, as well as taking testimony from some of the original developers who are here tonight. The other point is that at our last meeting, there was a vote taken not to apply the Stowe Club Highlands test and analysis for this application. It was determined by the board at that initial meeting, based on the testimony, that this was not a condition of having the lot as common area was not a condition of the original approval. Therefore, we're really looking at this as a subdivision amendment. I think that's a really important distinction to make, because we're not looking to meet the Stowe Club Highland criteria, which is a fairly high threshold, although there was testimony that they may have been able to make it. But for tonight, we just simply are looking at the application as it stands. Any questions as a preliminary matter? If not, I'll invite the applicant to come forward.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. May I ask a clarification on Stowe Club Highlands? It has to do, we've made our decision about it, so
Right.
I'm not asking that we change that, but it has to do with the condition not being an essential condition, right? So we can still acknowledge that it may have been a condition at the time of approval, but it was deemed not so integral to the operation, the building of the planned unit development. I just want to make that distinction in case anyone in the audience was confused that it was not a condition at all. It was a condition, but it was deemed not a difficult word. But under Stowe.
It's a little bit of a gray area.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't mean to add confusion.
that's okay.
Meant to
It was a condition in the sense that the applicant asked for it to be put on, but it wasn't a condition in the sense that it was determined that the permit was not conditioned upon its issuance, which
Thank
may
you.
be the
Okay.
important distinction to be made here.
Okay.
That the board found last time.
Great, thank you. I wanted to get that nuance out there as to what it is and what it isn't that we're working with. Thank you.
Sorry.
So here we are again. For those of you who weren't here last meeting, my name is Eric Bigglestone. I'm the president of Murray Hills Homers Association. We have asked Ken and Joan Senecal here to represent us in our organization. While they are the original developers of Murray Hill, it is not their personal interest tonight to get the permits that we're asking for. They are acting on behalf of Murray Hill Homeowners Association because they have great amount of knowledge, and we asked them as a board to represent us today. So,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Good evening. If you'll state your names for the record, please, and then I'm going to swear people in.
Okay, Ken Senecal.
Joan Senecal.
May want to move that microphone, just,
I got it.
okay. So,
Blocking people from seeing.
so I'll ask you, and I'll ask anyone who's considering giving testimony at this time on this matter, whether it's in the form of testimony in support or comments that you wish the board to consider beyond the scope of the application. If you'll raise your right hand, just to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence or testimony you're about to give for the matter under consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. So Meredith, I tried to give a sort of overall procedural background for the board, but if you could dive in a little bit more and give us a little bit greater detail and focus us particularly on the issues that we have before us tonight.
Will do. You actually took away a whole bunch of my preliminary stuff, so that's great. So especially for members who weren't here last time, this is the final plan review for this removal of a condition from the plan unit development plat, as well as a boundary line adjustment. Because the PUDs and the subdivisions both have to go through subdivision process, there was a sketch plan review earlier, so this is the final plan review. You can actually make a determination on the entire application tonight. So this application is for two things. One, that the condition reserved for common land no longer be included on the Murray Hill Lot 1 plat for the PUD. And that's something that administratively I cannot do on my own. It's a decision that the board has to make. The second item is a boundary line adjustment to make this Lot 1 larger so it can be developed for a single-family home. And normally, that would be something that the administrative officer can do without board approval, but there are conditions on here, be reserved for common land, as well as determining if any other permit conditions are going to be violated by that boundary line adjustment that I can't make. So it's a multi-step process. One point to note is to see the final outcome in the big picture and what they're hoping to do with Lot 1. About halfway through your packet is the site plan. That's a good reference point. You're going to be referencing that multiple times throughout this hearing. For removing the reserve for common land designation, this requires review under the zoning regulations from 1973. And the key item, based on my analysis of those regulations, the key item is that the board is going to need to decide whether the density and open spaces allotment and how everything is worked out
whether to do that, you're going to have to consider the choice and types of environment or living units available to the public, and several different items. The key ones that I think you're going to need to focus on are open space or recreation areas, the pattern of development that preserves trees, outstanding natural topography and geologic features, and an environment in harmony with surrounding development. This analysis is on pages 6 through 9 of your staff report. And given comments from sketch plan review, I think that's where we're going to have the most likely to have public comments and people wanting to focus on those areas. The second item, once you've resolved this first reserve for common land issue, the second item is the boundary line adjustment. And the key items there are, the only way you can do the boundary line adjustment is for the board to confirm approval of the removal of that plat condition, as well as confirming my analysis, which is in the memo at the end of the packet, that the planned unit development is allowed another dwelling unit. Those are the big items that you're going to need to focus on. There were some wastewater and stormwater issues that were brought up during sketch plan review. I think those items have been addressed by the updated application. And if you need references to where in the staff report that's discussed, ask me when we get there.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the floor is yours if you want to bring us up to date and focus us on some of these issues.
All right, I'm Ken Senical, and went through this last time, but I thought with new members, I'll do a very quick pass-through of the history of Lot 1. This plan that I'm showing you now, you have it in your packet, is the original master plan for the first 75 units at Murray Hill. Lot 1 was included. Lot 1 at conditional use, which is what in those days was the second stage of the permit process, was approved, received conditional approval. When we went in for final approval, we only applied for 48 units.
Thank you.
We only applied for 48 units, and we showed the other area. Lot 1, as originally configured, disappeared, and instead the entire area, which is now made up of Lot 1 and common land, was designated as reserve lot number 1. So that's the second stage, and this plan was approved in October of 1983, and we received our zoning permit and proceeded with development on that. Excuse me, that was 1983. Did I say 84?
No, that ain't great.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, and then the third incarnation of Lot 1 appears on a plan that was the subject of the City Planning Commission holding a hearing to determine whether the development had been built according to the plans and permits that were in place. And Lot 1 is shown on that plan in a new shape. It's no longer common land plus Lot 1. It is Lot 1 in a triangular shape, about 1/4 of an acre in size. So that's the status of Lot 1 as we stand here this evening is, it's a triangular lot of roughly 1/4 of an acre in size. We're asking that it be, boundary be adjusted so that it will look like this. This is a new plan. I don't know if you have in your packets a plan that's labeled Lot 1 Blow Up.
Yep.
We do.
Not as in bang bang, but just bigger. If you follow along with that, this plan, I've got some colors on it so that it'll be easier to see from where you're sitting. But this plan will track with this smaller version that you have. If you don't have it, I have extra copies here for you. So if anyone is unable to find Lot 1 Blow Up, just wave a hand. Looks like you all have it.
I'm going to give those to people.
Okay. So, I'll run through this very quickly. I don't know with new members whether I'm shortchanging you, but I'm sure you'll tell me. So this is a blow-up of that small plan, and I've added some colors in. The blue line represents the new configuration of Lot 1. A dotted line across here in black divides the triangular lot which currently exists from the land that we're adding to lot number 1. Within the blue area, there is a yellow area that has a label on it that says building envelope. This is the area on the lot where structures can be placed. They can be placed no other location. You can have a driveway, but structures have to be within the way the association is going to sell the land. The structures have to be within that building envelope. On the plan, there's an outline of a building. I do not expect that building to look like that when a building permit is sought from the city. I expect the buyer will design their own house. There'll be limited building within the yellow area. And I think that's what I want to say on that. I have highlighted, because there were two issues brought up by Don Varney, who's the adjoining property owner. He lives here next to lot 1. One was, he mentioned that he has a driveway easement across a part of lot 1. And I wanted you to be able to put that in context. It's a 25-foot easement to the east, 25-foot easement to the south, and a line connecting them together. So the driveway easement that he was referring to is here, and the building is here. So there's no interaction between where we want to build and where he has a driveway. Some of that water, please. Thank you. The other issue, I'm not sure he brought it up, but actually somebody else brought it up. It was the drainage system. I guess Tom McCardle, the Director of Public Works, wanted clarification. He had given us 3 options on how to handle an existing stormwater swale and a city culvert that goes under Murray Hill Drive. And he said we could either take the stormwater down all the way to Main Street and then go into the existing culvert down there. We could leave the culvert under, and that would mean eliminating the culvert under Murray Hill Drive that feeds the water into the drainage swale. Or he said you could come across Murray Hill Drive and take the water down this side of Murray Hill Drive and then into the Main Street ditch. Or you could just leave it alone. From my point of view, the existence of the drainage swale is a real asset to Lot 1. The constructed area on the Don Varney lot is uphill. Now the grades are pretty gentle here, but still it's uphill from where a house would be located on Lot 1. This drainage swale will intercept all of the surface water that moves towards that building area. So the water that, if the drainage swale weren't there, would head this way, and whatever's built here would have to make provision for diverting that water. Or we could leave the drainage swale here and let any water moving from the paving and the roofs on the Varney property simply flows into this swale, heads down this way, and goes south of the location where the house would be built.
And Ken, not to interrupt you, but that swale that exists today, that drainage swale?
It was built in 1984. It's functioned to perfection. The road comes down one side of Murray Hill Drive, goes through a culvert under Murray Hill Drive, and then it enters. This is a fairly flat. The reason I call it a swale is because I distinguish between a swale and a ditch. As a swale is something that is made for the purpose of causing water to spread out instead of running in a tight, constricted channel where it can have more erosive power and will move faster. So this is built intentionally on a much gentler grade than if the water were just running down the slope. And it's the bottom of this swale is 5 feet wide, and then the top edge is about 30 inches deep total from bank to bank, and it's about 12 feet wide at the top of the bank. So it's a really neat way of picking up the water, diverting it, and then outletting it where it was into the open meadowland where it was originally intended to go. So I don't know if that's the background I wanted to give. If there's anything more, I'd be glad to answer your questions.
I'm sure we'll have a couple of questions.
I bet you will.
The stormwater exemption.
So Meredith, I just wanted to, I think it may be helpful to start at the density. And you've included the memorandum in our packet from August 9th, 1983, that Michael Jones, your predecessor by several, included as far as the density is concerned. If you could just walk us through that calculation.
Okay.
And this is under the old PUD as far as their density allowed, and in part because of the differences in how it was built out, but also in part how the PUD has acquired land over the past few years.
Correct.
So, the initial analysis by Michael Jones, which is the second attachment to the memo on the density, was based on the PUD's original size, which was, I have it, sorry, I have to jump around a little bit.
Sorry, it's the February 7th, 1983.
Yeah, February 7th, 1983, right, but
Okay.
they didn't put the full amount there, did they? I have it in my memo, but I can't find it right now.
It's got 85 units on the back.
Yeah, it has 80, right, I'm looking for the actual acreage. Sorry, 57 plus acres, and they allowed a total of 85 units, because the area of the Murray Hill PUD at that point was a mix of low-density and medium-density allowances. But, so the total, under the low-density, you could have total of 48 units, and under medium-density, you could have, 48 units, and then 37 for multifamily under medium-density. But ultimately, where those units were located on those 57 acres was up to the board and the planners. They could put them anywhere as long as they considered certain criteria. Now, at this point, the Murray Hill PUD is now 70.7 acres. They've added, several acres to the total, over 13. And under my analysis, it doesn't really make sense to say you've added all this acreage, you still can only have 85 units. Now, exactly how many units they would be allowed under the old regulations, I haven't gone through to look all of that up. At this point, they're only asking to add 1 unit.
And how many?
They should be allowed to have it, it seems like under those old density requirements, if they've added 13 acres, adding 1 more unit to the total doesn't, it seems to make sense when they've only built 85 housing units total with that added acreage.
Is it 85 or 81?
It's 85. 81 are connected to the water system. That may be where you heard that number.
Okay.
Well, they have,
85 is the total number of units.
right, so they have 85 units total in the entire planned unit development. In here I have a reference to 81. That's in the areas 1 and 2.
Right.
The area 3 that was added in, that you can see in the maps D and E at the back of that memorandum, that new area has only 3 single-family condominium units in it and 1 single-family home.
Right.
So, for purposes of the calculation as to how many new dwelling units they can put in this area 1 that they're working on, it looks like they have 81 in there. That was trying to focus our analysis as close as we can to the original 57 acres.
Right.
So, to restate, Area 1 is the 57 acres of the original application.
Yes.
And Area 1 in the original application was allowed 85 units, but built 81. The additional 4 units are in Area 3?
Well, they adjusted where Area 2 was.
Oh, phooey.
They've adjusted,
Okay.
there's 81 units in
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
I see.
So some of this land in yellow was originally part of Area 1, but things got rearranged based on the conditions that you found on the sites. And so trying to parse out what in here was Area 1, what was Area 2, it was hard to come up with. So
But
areas 1 and 2 have 81 units.
your general analysis is that 1 more unit isn't going to impinge upon the PUD density.
Correct.
Even if we go back to the 1973 numbers.
Even the 1973 numbers, it's not going to impinge on that density
So
requirement
I don't know if
at all.
anyone had any questions about that.
I actually have a visual that may help because it shows exactly what Meredith just went through. So the original, all I need to do is get the right board up here. A lot easier to add area 3 this way than it was when you're out on the ground doing it. Okay, so the 57 acres that Meredith is talking about is this tract of land here.
And that's where the 81 units are today.
And that is, yes, pretty much.
Mostly.
Mostly, yes.
Mostly. With a couple of adjustments.
Yeah, I'll show you very, very quickly the adjustment. So this was the tract of land, 57 acres, and the city ruled that we could put 85 units on the 57 acres. Over the years, we have added 13.7 acres and what we call Area 3. So this is the new acreage that's been added to the 57. And you'll see that, well actually you probably can't see them from back there. But Area 3 is shown here with a single-family house and 3 single-family condominium buildings. So that's 4 of them. But then the uncertainty about how many are on the original land is in this area,
right.
Because we actually built 4 buildings with a total of at least 5 units in them.
Right.
On the 13.7 acres that we added. So we ended up with significantly less units on the original 57 acres than was originally approved.
Right. And I think we testified at the last meeting that we added some of that land so we could spread those last condominiums out further.
Right.
And they wouldn't be jammed up.
Right, and I think, I just wanted to maybe start with this because I felt it was an easy question, that we're below the density level. And I think the testimony is fairly clear on that, and I'm only speaking for myself, but I'm seeing nods of agreement that having one more unit isn't going to be offensive to the original density limits or the calculations that were done, given the additional land, and no matter which way we sort of shake out the allocation of these units, whether they be for area 1, 2, or 3, we seem to be below that threshold. So I think that's an important place to start, and what we're really talking about then is the condition that this be common land. And what I'd like to hear is a little bit of the description of the remaining common land that's being held by the association.
Okay, so the common land at Murray Hill consists of roughly 12.5 acres of meadowland. It's all open land, only a few trees that were planted along this side of the road. The land is also where the drilled wells that supply the Murray Hill water are located. So this land, as far as the state water supply regulations, is off limit for any future development because it's within what's called the wellhead protection area for the wells. So this is a 12.5 acre parcel. Let's put up there are 4 acres roughly of common land right now, plus lot 1. If lot 1, if you approve the boundary adjustment, then the total acreage will be just under 4 acres, 3.9 something or other. So 12 and a half here, 3.9 here of all open land. And then there's 1.6 acres of common land. Quite a bit of it is open land, but it also contains the swimming pool, a pool house, and 2 tennis courts. There's also encroachment, a legal one, by the Area 1 garages that also protrude into that area. So there's a total, after, if you approve the boundary adjustment, you will have a total of about 17.95 acres of common land. And right now, there is a total, if you include Lot 1, which is common land, it's owned in common, there's a total of 18.5 roughly, and it would be reduced to 17.95 with the boundary adjustment. Out of curiosity, I looked at your new zoning ordinance to try to determine, because that does have square footage requirements of common land in a PUD. And I used a number at the sketch plan hearing that I think is accurate, but it just sounds like an exaggeration. But I think the requirement is that there's 400 square feet of open land to be set aside permanently in the new ordinance for each unit. And when I applied that to the common land we have here, that meant that if you could build solely based on the amount of common land you had to have, you could build something like 1,500 units on the Murray Hill property. And the point of saying this isn't to make it sound like we have a whole lot of common land, but it's to demonstrate that even under your new ordinance, this development has far more common land than would have been required, or if we were under the new ordinance. The old ordinance that we're under for this part of your review had no standard for the amount of common land.
I guess I have a question, which is how much common land was added to the overall development in the additional land acquisitions for the expanded Phase 2, Area 2 and Area 3? Is there other common land in that 13 acres?
No, there's not owned by all of the owners. There is common land within each of the 3 condominium areas, but it's limited to, it's owned by the people in the individual condominium area. So we did not add land. What we did was this common land, the 18.5 acres of common land, including Lot 1, was determined to be adequate for putting aside standards. It was found by the Planning Commission to be adequate for the 85 units that we were proposing to put on 57 acres. But we didn't put 85 units on 57 acres. We put 85 units on 71 acres, roughly. So, and of those units, at least 4, without getting into how many of these condominium units that would have been built on the 57 acres, which we actually built on the 13 that we added. Just putting that aside, we're looking only at new units that were added exclusively outside of the original 57 acres. 4 of the 5 units are those new units on new land. So you do not have the same, if you divide that out, you do not have any reduction. In fact, you have more common land for the units that were originally approved.
So I'd like to build on Ryan's question, which is a question I appreciate. So it sounds like based on where there is currently common land owned by the whole homeowners association, not just one condo group or another condo group, it sounds like there is no common land up in Area 3 where we could be having this conversation again in 20 years.
Right.
Okay. So the land that's up there that's owned in common by the condo owners has more to do with driveways or garages or goal ball courts, those kinds of things. Okay. Thank you.
So I want to draw your attention to the existing features of Lot 1. How would you characterize the features of Lot 1? Is it heavily wooded? Is it open meadow? What's the elevation? Where does it sit from, if you're driving up Main Street, will you be able to see this development from Main Street, or will you only be able to see it once you turn onto Murray Hill Drive?
Let's start with the lay of the land. So this land has somewhere between, varies from 6 to 9% slopes, or I've used 8 and I've used 10, but it's about 6 to 9% slope in the area where Lot 1 is located. It's there's one tree on it, a planted oak, a gorgeous tree that it's now 35 years old, and it should live to be a couple hundred at least and more. So it's open land, just one planted tree on it. We've talked about the drainage on the land, that feature of it. The maximum square footage of structures on that lot under your ordinance is 2,500 square feet. The state stormwater division has exempted us, this development, from review of up to 5,000 square feet. So we'll be building we'll have a driveway. So I'm not sure what the total will be, but it'll be well under the 5,000 square feet that the state exempted. I think there was another point you had that I didn't respond.
That's okay. I'll add, I sort of threw a bunch out at you, but I'm curious as far as what your testimony is as to the view that will be seen of this house from Main Street.
Yeah, as you approach the turn into Murray Hill Drive, going north on Upper Main Street or the County Road, whichever you think of the name for it, you will see this house. If you look to your left as you're driving north, you can see 5 or 6 of the existing homes, probably just 5 on your left. If you're driving south, you can probably see 7 houses from Main Street. This will be closer to Main Street than any of the other houses, so it will be somewhat more noticeable from Main Street. But it's located as part of a small neighborhood, which will be 8 houses. And this, when I think you've seen the aerial photos that we've included, it's a very logical fit with the homes that are in the neighborhood. So I think the impression visually as you go north or south is going to be that you're looking at a small cluster of houses in the background of open meadowland.
And will this impede anybody's view of the meadow, of the large circular 12-acre meadow?
I think we've gone around and talked to each of the neighbors who can see the property and who can see where Lot 1 it would be. And the only property owner who's expressed any concern about that spoke at the last meeting. That's Mr. Hahn. And I have a handout. I gave him a copy before the hearing. I don't know if you want me handing out exhibits now, or do you want me to wait?
That's fine. You can have, yeah, you can certainly hand out, and
Okay.
if it illustrates your point.
I can do this. Just.
I sprained my knee, so he's trying to say, don't keep trying to get up.
I have a question.
Sure,
I think it would have been helpful to see topo lines on one of these maps to get a better understanding of the lay of the land.
Do we have?
And I was kind of curious about the regulations that we'll be applying to this, because I was wondering if there was a setback requirement from Upper Main Street, as far as, you know, what building could be set back, or if there was any indication of a requirement of a view shed. Because I think, as you had mentioned, you will see it from Main Street, and it will be a more prominent building in the view as you're coming up Main Street. So I wasn't sure if the past regulations included any setback requirements from Upper Main Street.
No, there is no setback requirement. There's an important point, though, that I'd like to go back to, and that is that the plan for there to be a house on Lot 1 was in the original plan that the city approved. So Lot 1 was shown, the variation we're doing is slightly more closer. You have this in your packet, I believe, the so-called Boyle plan. So the Planning Commission at the time took into consideration the impacts of a house being on a Lot 1. It was only Joan, I should blame it all on her, but it was our foolishness in deciding we did not want to build on Lot 1. We wanted to give it to the association and let the association be the one that made the decision at whatever point in time it chose, whether it would actually build something on Lot 1. And that's what we did. The association got Lot 1 as a gift. But Lot 1 was reviewed and its impact was considered in the original approvals for Murray Hill.
And it's on the as-built.
Right, and it's also on the as-built plan, but I just wanted to make that point that, you know, it isn't that this is the first time I've stood here and said we're going to build a house on Lot 1. I said that in 1983, and it was only later that we decided to give that lot to the association and not build on it ourselves.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that with the setbacks, it's a little confusing as to what's old regulations, what's the new regulations. For the actual setbacks, this is all under the new regulations. It's like their water setbacks have to meet the new regulations. Because otherwise, you know, just about anybody could be grandfathered for a zillion things. So the setbacks have to meet the new ones.
I think the setbacks, the 20-yard side yard setback would be what's applicable to the
Yeah.
property line.
Exactly.
From Murray Hill Road, we're looking at that as the front setback.
Right, that's
So
the front
setback
that's
from
the
Upper
front
Main
yard.
Street is irrelevant.
Right, because it'd be,
It's just the
in the
property
subdivision, it would be cut off. You may also want to look at the Lot 1, because it has some topo lines on there.
It's also on the site plan. There's some topo lines on the site plan as well.
Yeah. So while we're on the topic of setbacks, may I? And we have the, this diagram up, and you told us that the yellow area is the building envelope. And I just wanted to, I was looking at the numbers on the diagram we have and comparing them to the actual setbacks. The front yard setback on that is 40 feet, only 20 feet is required. The side yard setback on that is 20 feet, only 15 is required. And I think the rear is 30. The reason I point that out is that technically, unless there's a different set of setbacks in the homeowners association, technically someone who bought this lot would be able to build in slightly more area than is currently colored in yellow. So as we're reviewing, it's only 5 feet this side, 5 feet this side, but it's 20 feet here. That will give us an idea of the pieces of the lot that could be eligible to be constructed on.
And I would ask the board to make it a condition of the approval that the setbacks we've shown on this plan be adhered to. That's, the intent is that the association is going to sell this land subject to construction structures being located within that building envelope area. We do not want the home to be closer to any of the property lines than would be allowed by the building envelope.
Okay, thank you for making us aware of that request. I would be interested in knowing from the chair and our zoning administrator whether that is something we have the power to do or whether that would be incumbent upon the homeowners association to implement its own restrictions based on its goals. Or if that's our role to implement your goals.
We can always approve if the applicant asks for a more restrictive condition such as this, we can always approve it.
That's what
I'm curious, is this to keep the uniformity of development?
It is.
Okay.
It's to, when I look at Murray Hill and drive through, or I'm on Main Street, the fact that the buildings are clustered, but there's always they're in the presence of significant amounts of open land. If we allow under the, is it 15 feet in the newest ordinance?
15-foot setback.
15-foot side setbacks and 20 feet for the front.
I would hope that that would not be allowed in this development. I think that, I know the goals, some of the goals that were considered in creating your new ordinance were to allow infill development and to allow some more compact design. I would not want to see a development that I think works really well visually to be affected by having structures on adjoining lots being only 30 feet apart. So it'd be 15 feet setback on each side. When we did the design for this section where the Lot 1 and its neighboring 7 units are located, we really wrestled with how we would make it feel as you drove through there that you were seeing lots of greenery and open space in the buildings. And so our reliance was on 20-foot setbacks minimum for a side yard. So that meant 40 feet space between structures on adjoining lots. And I think it would be a shame if that were reduced.
How about distance from the road, from other existing houses, even within there? It looks like some of these, including the next lot up, the structure might be closer than 40 feet to the road, and it seems like, you know, if they wanted to have if the homeowner wanted a shorter driveway and to actually move the house further out of what's now that field, that wouldn't be a bad thing to me. What are your thoughts on that 40-yard front yard setback?
You mean,
When the regulations right now
Yeah,
only require...
The regulations right now only require a 20-foot setback in the front. It's drawn as 40 on the plans.
yeah,
And
well, there are a couple of things about that. The PUD permit adopted the medium density setback requirement. So we're operating under its 20-foot side yard setbacks, its 30-foot front and back setbacks. And our view of that is that that's locked in stone or concrete as far as, because every property owner who bought in has the right to enforce the standards that were current at the time they purchased the property. So
I'm wondering if someone wanted to put a shed 15 feet from their property line, if it would now be allowed under the new zoning, or if they would be stuck with the old. I think it would be allowed under the new zoning.
Accessory structures, but that's only in the side yards. Sheds can't go in the front.
Okay, so it's now 15 yards, or 15 feet.
I don't remember, I don't remember exactly what the allowance is for here, but yes, you can bump into that for accessory structures.
I guess my point is that even if these were approved as lots with 20-foot side setbacks, they now all exist in under the new zoning regime, and so could conceivably put their accessory structures or have their building envelope with 15-foot side yard setbacks.
Right, unless we
Yes.
condition the approval of the lot to...
I mean the existing lots, not this one.
Correct.
Right, existing
but
ones
I
could
think
come to us, as long as it's not a violation of the PUD rules.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Or if they're restrictive covenants
Yeah.
contained, I think that's what
That's a good
was suggested
distinction.
too, was that...
I mean,
So I'm just trying to create a realistic sense of what can actually happen now amongst those, even though that is your goal for the existing lots, that can be affected, unless you impose that through the homeowners association as a value you wish to maintain, in which case maybe you would want to do that for this too. I'm just thinking out loud a little. It can be dangerous, but.
all right,
Yeah.
and I don't think I need to get into that issue very far, because we're proposing with this lot to exceed that standard. But I take your point of maybe other lots within Murray Hill could build closer to the side yard, or to all sides, front, back, and side, but it's my understanding of PUDs, and I'm not an attorney, I'm just somebody who has heard things for a long time and repeating them, maybe unwittingly, but it's my understanding that under Vermont law, that when a PUD permit is granted and the setbacks are established, that those run with the land, and that the change by the municipality to create a new setback does not apply in a PUD. Now, we had two cases at Murray Hill where that issue came up, and in one version of the zoning ordinance. At one point, they were allowing 10-foot setbacks in the ordinance. And Joan decided to challenge that when people wanted to build with a 10-foot setback. And she ultimately got the director of planning, I don't know his title exactly, for the city to look at the issue, and he agreed with her that in a PUD, you cannot, the setbacks are not changed by a change in the ordinance. It can only be changed by the agreement of 100% of the owners.
Because everyone relies on
Right.
that at the time they buy into the property.
The same is true in other neighborhoods.
Yeah,
but-
I think we're
yeah.
getting a little far afield into the weeds, but I think the board's point is that, this may be just something to revisit, but certainly, if you want the more restrictive, and if that's the request, we can certainly grant a subdivision approval, or we can grant as part of the approval here to have these more restrictive setbacks as part of that. I don't see a legal problem with that. And I think the points that you're making are simply that it is consistent with the other lots generally, and your understanding, and that obviously if that comes down the line and somebody buys lot 1, and just because their neighbors are able to build a shed closer to the boundary line, if they should be able to do that, that's not really what we're looking at tonight. So let's move forward. Just so I understand, so there aren't any trees apart from a large sort of specimen oak. And is that within the building envelope, that oak? So that would be preserved even if there's construction?
Right.
Okay. And otherwise, there's no trees. It's open meadow right now. And the only real view of the meadow that's going to block is a neighbor on Main Street that might right now have an unobstructed view. Mr. Varney's raising his hand. I'll let you.
Obviously blocks me as well.
Well, I mean, that's the question is, if we're looking at the map, you have a straight view right out of your driveway, if you want to come up, Mr. Varney, or if you're just responding.
I'm just responding.
Okay.
I'm prepared to speak at some point, but
Okay.
I just want to note that it would block my view.
So noted. So any other questions about the view?
I didn't print one, but I can show you a picture pass around my phone of what it'll actually look
I don't want to have your phone passed around because I'd hate to take it into evidence.
Yeah, no, I can bring my old phone again.
Let's talk.
If I could just add a comment to the view shed question, that part of my reason for asking about if there was an original setback requirement from Upper Main Street when the PUD was created, if that had any impact on building a house within what could be perceived as a view shed from Upper Main Street, because it appears that the land slopes up and away, and Mr. Varney's house is kind of set back a bit further, and this house obviously will be more in the view and potentially blocking aspects of that further meadow from a person traveling up Upper Main Street. And I wasn't sure if there were any prior conditions or criteria in which would have led to kind of any rationale behind why that swath of land was preserved originally.
I asked the same question the first time we heard it.
Yep.
There wasn't a very clear point as to why that little piece in particular, the purpose of naming it common land, if I recall testimony correctly, was less than clear and was not explicit for that purpose. Yeah, that's a good question, though.
So let's talk about utilities. I understand you've gotten wastewater permits, and I'd like to take a little testimony on the utilities that are going to be servicing this lot.
So the water supply will be a drilled well, and it's located on the site plan. Again, I'm using the blow-up map, but it's also on the survey, not survey, but the site plan prepared by Grenier Engineering. But this is a blow-up of that Grenier drawing. So the well would be between the house and Murray Hill Drive. The house would connect to the city sewer system with a 6-inch pipe coming from the new house, or wherever it's located, to an existing 6-inch pipe that's owned by the association. And that pipe goes to a connection at this location, which is a city manhole. So connect into the city sewer system at Main Street.
And we have the approval for the sewer allocation.
Right, I saw one of the documents in your packet was the wastewater system and potable water supply permit. That was dated, I think, July 11th, 2018 for this lot. So it's going to tie into the common water system for the Murray Hill Association and then into the city sewer.
A drilled well.
It'll have its own drilled well.
Oh, its own drilled well?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then utilities are, as I understand, underground?
They're all at the site, and they're all underground. Just a point on that, they were installed in 1983 in anticipation at that time that Joan and I were going to build a house on Lot 1, but they were not utilized because we didn't want to build on it.
Is it fair to understand that part of the reason why you're asking for this boundary line adjustment is that you want to make this very particular type of building envelope, a sort of very, lack of a better word, suburban, with a house in the middle surrounded by a fairly broad setback?
It would be difficult to build a house that wanted a good solar orientation on the existing lot as a triangular lot and meet the setback requirements. So the association is looking to make this lot appealing and take advantage of its natural solar orientation by changing the shape of that lot so that the owner would have more flexibility in orienting the structure.
Okay. Is Murray Hills, is that a private drive or a public road? I apologize.
Murray Hill Drive is a
Public
city
city.
street.
So does it have a curb cut, or will that need to be obtained?
It would need a curb cut approval from the city of Montpelier and a decision on whether a culvert will be needed for the driveway from the city.
I'm skipping around on some of these, but if anyone has any questions, particularly on the amendment to the PUD final plat review, some of the criteria, talks about choice of types in the environment or living units available to public and open space, recreation areas. I think we've gotten a fair amount of testimony. Talks about pattern of development which preserves trees, outstanding natural topographic features and geologic features, and prevents soil erosion. And then D, an efficient use of land resulting in smaller network of utilities and streets, and E, an environment in harmony with surrounding development.
Are there design requirements for any of the buildings that are built in this neighborhood?
Yes, there are the requirements in our declaration of bylaws that have to be met. So it goes through our board of directors that acts as the design review board now. So they have to approve the colors, they have to approve the style of the building, they have to approve the materials that are used on the building, they have to approve the landscaping.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, if there are any other neighbors that wish to speak or
70 Murray Hill Drive, which is lot 2, next to lot 1. I have a little handout I'd like to give you, if I could. Don't have the benefit of surveyors or engineers, just me and Google and Paint Shop Pro, but
All right.
I ask you not to peek at the second page. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I use too. That's what I use too, Google and
Google's your
Scribble.
friend. Google's your friend. So, now remember, you're not looking at the second page.
I'm tempted to look at the second page.
Okay, so this is an aerial from...
do you have a copy for the applicants
Oh,
as well?
sure.
Thanks.
Just as a reference, now I'm going to let you look at the second page. I know you want to see it. This is a shot from Google Maps, and incidentally, it happens to be from the year 2012, when just right after I bought the property. And I've kind of drawn in there some of the pertinent points. And you can see how the property was landscaped when I bought it, what I thought I was buying. We're not talking about that, but that red line that's crossing that gray car and intersecting with the yellow line and the point, that's the boundary point. It's in the middle of the driveway. The little yellow triangle is the easement, so to speak. So when you look at it from top down, it doesn't seem very exciting, but when you look at it this way, you can probably see why I'm a little exercised about having lot 1 in the middle of my driveway. This is the point. This is what I'm here for, is that lot being in the middle of the driveway. Now, I should tell you that over the years, I've been on the board of directors at Murray Hill, and probably about a year after I was there, I discovered I was going to put up a shed, and I wanted to know where the boundary was. And I had to go on a quest and finally found kind of where the boundary was, and I was shocked to discover it was in the middle of the driveway. So I've been trying for a number of years to find a solution to this, buy the land, swap the land, and so far nothing has ever happened. So I've kind of given up on that happening. But now going back to the first page, if you look at that, I could probably argue that I'm the one that originally proposed expanding lot 1, because I thought at the time that we talked about being able to do a swap of land, and you could just do it as a quick administrative thing. So if we expanded this lot, I thought we could take a piece off of mine and give me a piece in the front and get rid of the easement on the driveway at the same time. Leave the swale out of the picture. So this white dotted thing is kind of what I proposed. Mostly I don't know a legal way to say it, but it seems to me to create a lot with an easement in it, and the blue line is the drainage swale roughly, and have that right in the driveway, no matter what you say or do, that piece is going to be right there. Now, the thing that seems so absurd to me is that right now all the boundaries are fungible. You can move those boundaries anywhere you want. That's what we're here to do, move them around. And I'm not necessarily objecting to lot 1. Yeah, I don't like the idea that it's going to spoil my view on that side, but that's not really, I mean, you live in a development, you can't really help that. But it seems to me that you could just slide that boundary over and make that lot in a nice clear lane, not give the next guy that buys that lot an easement and a ditch. You could simply move that lot over a little bit to make a nice, clean lot. And leave this little triangle as what? As some common land. We've got lots of common land. And let the drainage ditch run in there. Let the easement go.
I think this would be a good...
Me or the next guy will actually be able to do something about that boundary and get that property line out of the middle of their driveway. That's all I'd like you to consider is, can't you just swing that whole lot over a little bit and take that headache away from everybody?
Well, thank you very much.
That's what I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Barney. And just as a note, you know, we're restricted as a board. We don't get to redesign these plans, and it's certainly not a commentary either way we vote on whether or not a proposal like that is reasonable. It's just that we don't have the power to say, we have a power to say yes or no. We can put conditions on an application, but we really don't have the power to say, move this lot over. We can say this doesn't make sense the way it's drawn. And I guess
does the board think it makes sense to have a property line in the middle of a driveway? I mean, this easement was granted because the original builder of the house could not build a driveway. They had to give them an easement so that they could do it.
So this kind of thing does happen. If we were talking about the expansion going into your driveway, we might have different questions. Part of it is that's the existing lot, is where your driveway is. And some would make the argument that actually an easement's better because you don't pay property taxes on it.
Oh, I thought of that. But as you see from the second page, it's what was a nice landscaped area is now a field of weeds right against my driveway. I would much prefer to be able to clean up and make it look nice again like it used to, but I've been forbidden to do it.
One thing to consider, and I don't mean this as anything other than just simply a spitball take from where I sit, but certainly if this lot is sold to somebody, it's not uncommon for neighbors to do boundary line adjustments. And what the representation of the homeowners association is that land, this area that you're focused on, is not going to be developed. So if down the road you wanted to take sort of full ownership of that and were able to work something out with a neighbor to adjust the boundary line, that would seem to be, would fall into something that you and a neighbor could work out, as opposed to you and a homeowners association. Simply, like I said, a spitball take from where I'm sitting, not actual legal advice.
Well, I just heard that you can maybe put a shed 10 feet from the boundary line, so
well,
the new neighbor wants to put a shed right in the side of my driveway.
Right. No, because that would be in the front yard setback, and that's actually what the applicant, and this is unusual, I think this is why it took us aback, is that it's unusual for the applicant to say, please, make us more restrictive, give us less than what we're entitled to. And so that's what they're saying is that we want those as setbacks, meaning your neighbor down the line can't build anything except for that little square in the middle. So if they do want to put a shed, they're restricted by the permit that we're issuing tonight. So it's just, again, I think it's just something to consider, and like I said, we're kind of handcuffed here a little bit in that if we were in a different situation, it's certainly your arguments are grounded in reason, and but not necessarily what we have the power to or authority to deal with. Was there another? Yes, Mr. Hahn, you want to come on up to Mike, introduce yourself, state your address.
If I may, before Charlie, it's Hone, right?
Hone, yeah.
Hone.
That's
Sorry.
what everyone says Hahn.
That's all right. Before Charlie speaks, I just want to disclose that Charlie and I had a brief exchange about this application, though we made a point of not getting into the substance of it. Instead, I directed Charlie to speak with the zoning administrator, and I pointed him toward the parts of the zoning that I believed we would be walking through. So just want to be fair about that and let everyone know that exchange took place.
If I wasn't supposed to do that, I apologize. Like, I'm on the
That's all right.
Conservation Commission, and it's a little
different.
formal.
No
Not
problem.
that it's, you know, it's a little different, so I didn't really.
Oh, Charlie, it's no problem. I'm disclosing it for the benefit of everybody, not to pick on you in any way.
No.
No. I've known Charlie well.
Yeah. So Anyway, I'm Charlie Hone. I live at 282 Main Street. That's lot -1, except it's not in the conservation field. For what it's worth, I work for the wetlands program, and it's good that there's, I don't have to worry about conflicts of interest because there's no wetland issues with this plot. However, I do, having done a lot of work with different conservation and land management related things, both here and in Vermont, I'm kind of, I know I'm not a legal expert. I don't know what a Stowe Highlands test is. I've been at Mount Hunger. I don't know if that counts, but like basically, my understanding of the PUD is that it was an agreement made when the neighbors all got together. I'm sure when they first built Murray Hill, people bickered and fought over everything because it's Vermont and a change was happening. I wasn't here, so I didn't comment on that. But this agreement was worked out with the community, and there's a tag on there that says common land, and it might not say it has to be forest or it has to say meadow, but this says common land. And I've been around a lot of developers in California who are pretty aggressive, and to be honest, they pretty much always win, despite what they might tell you. But I've never had actually, and I appreciate New England honesty, but honestly, like saying that we should undo a community agreement for any reason because the landowner wants to make money off of it. And this is not picking on the Senate Club. I know they're just representatives, but and that don't even necessarily want to do this. But like, to have a conservation agreement or a planning agreement or whatever with the community is kind of an affront almost to me to hear that, like, well, all you have to do is say you want to make money by changing the rules, and rules go out the window. Because I've certainly talked to my friends who live in the neighborhood, and most people there thought the common land was actually part of an agreement. I mean, obviously the neighbors aren't all lawyers and they don't control that, but I actually think it's a really concerning precedent because I know there's not that many PUDs here, but sounds like there's PUDs all over Vermont, and if we come out and Montpelier comes out and says, all right, well, a PUD is used to plan how our development works unless someone wants to make money, and then they can take their land and develop it, and not have common land anymore. I mean, that goes far beyond like my view getting ugly or something. This is like a big, it could be a big precedent. I don't really know, but it's something that really concerns me, especially as an abutter of this large 4-acre parcel. And the Senecals probably, I take them at their word. They don't want to develop it. I believe the HOA now doesn't want to develop it, but we know HOAs have representatives that come and go. In 5 years, and we want to be there for the long run, and I don't see any reason, based on my experience with HOAs elsewhere, not to believe that whole field, by the time I'm old, will just, and my daughter is grown up, will just be concrete. And maybe at some point a line will be drawn, but the line isn't being drawn now. It won't be drawn the next house, it won't be drawn the next house. So I mean, I think that's really concerning, and especially that it's not just an existing lot. You can argue whether or not lot 1 was really a thing, maybe it was. But like, and you could even argue that it's triangle. That's a dumb shape. Make it a better shape. That's cool. But like, to say that it has to be 0.6, 0.7 acres, I mean, like, how many of you live on a lot bigger than that? I mean, to be fair, I do. But most of Montpelier is on smaller lots than that. And the idea that it has to be 0.6 acres that's taken out of the existing common land to be put into this is, I don't really understand why that has to be the case. So moving on. Yeah, I read over the document that was written about this, and I just want to make a couple comments to that. First of all, the idea that there was no change in neighborhood character, it appeared that they were talking about the Murray Hill neighborhood, and I agree, it probably won't have much change in the character of Murray Hill. But in terms of Main Street, it has a very big effect, because this is not in the it's in Murray Hill land, but it's extending way out into next to Main Street. And you've probably all been up there, most of the Main Street houses are not the quote-unquote suburban feel. They're like more, I don't know, you can call it traditional Vermont. Small little houses along the road with maybe big areas of land behind them, a stream, tiny lawns. Our house is a little different, but it's kind of the same. We've been shrinking our lawn. We've got, one house. I don't think you can actually say that it's not going to change the character of the neighborhood to build a Murray Hill style house on Main Street. This is not to slander Murray Hill, to each their own, but like, it is very different from what the neighborhood is down here. And I think that it would make a lot more sense to have that house put within the core of the Murray Hill community instead of dangling down. And I think, in full disclosure, it will make our view a lot uglier, because our house faces in that direction. Our giant picture window is in that direction. The whole house was built around that field, and so yeah, it'll make me really sad. I understand that's not really a concern of anyone else other than me and my kid. Well, she doesn't care. She'll probably be like, ooh, bulldozers, cool. But, you know, and so I'll disclose that, yeah, I do care about that, but that's not even like the main thing I'm, you know, talking about here. It will have a big effect on the neighborhood, and especially, I don't think there's anything that can convince me if you approve this that other stuff would not get approved over the next 10 to 20 years, because, you know, as he said, maybe the law is now lets him build 1,000 houses, and maybe he doesn't want to build 1,000 houses, but who knows, you know, maybe in 10 years the new HOA will want to build 1,000 houses, and then I'm like in, you know, whatever, South Burlington or something. That's not really what we were expecting. About the hydric soils and the runoff, it's not a wetland. But it still has hydric soils. Water isn't necessarily going to absorb very well in those hydric soils. Typically, if someone is doing, you know, worried about stormwater, and this is an impaired brook in the watershed, I realize the house is set a little ways away from the brook, which is good. You can poke around in our field, and I've done a lot of that because I'm a wetland ecologist. In some places, you dig a hole, water just disappears. Other places, it won't. You know, after an inch of rain, there's just water flowing down our hill because it's not very deep to the water table or the bedrock. And so, you know, I would hope that someone has done like some percolation test, at least digging a hole, seeing if the water soaks in, before you assume that that stormwater won't impact the brook. Because if you don't know otherwise, I'd assume it probably will, because there's just not a lot of infiltration there. But, you know, it's underground. It's really hard to say. Same with the well. I know one of the reasons that this lot wasn't pushed farther up Murray Hill is because the well issues. Well, Murray Hill's well has this big, fat well protection area, which is awesome. You know, water protection is great. Then you look at our well, it's got nothing. And I realize this is a few hundred feet away from our well, but disclosure, I'm not, you know, a geologist, but bedrock in this part of Vermont runs from north to south, and since north is higher uphill, you know, our well is not just drawing from our field. Our well is drawing from the north, and that you can see that in the Murray Hill well area, which goes way north. And, you know, I kind of would hope someone could tell me why my family's water was less important to protect than Murray Hill's water. And if that's not the case, I would hope someone has at least done the research to determine that this wouldn't harm our well, both in terms of them taking out water too, or in terms of whatever fertilizer or pesticides or whatever they apply on their lawn. You know, I think it's important, and I think there's other people on Upper Main Street who are closer to it than me. So I hope, and I looked at in our resource atlas, and I saw several wells within, you know, a couple hundred feet of that well. And I don't know. I mean, maybe that's all been considered, but I think it's something that needs to be documented and everything. In terms of special natural features or whatever, it's, you know, like I said last time in my brief comment, it's not Victory Basin or Yellowstone, it's a field that I've documented over 360 species using our field, and you actually, you know, looking at the overall shape of the fields, you couldn't choose a worse place to put a house in terms of affecting the habitat. It actually, because if you go and look, technically the common line goes farther south, but there's a big fat mowed lawn with the Murray Hill sign around it, which, you know, again, that's fine, but you will stagger across from that. You will literally just cut that field off, and then there's another landowner who has a big block of forest around the back, all the way back to the cemetery. That's no longer accessible to any of the animals as easily as it was before. And I'm not going to lie, you know, the deer are still going to get in and eat my vegetables. If we were just the deer, I'd be happy to have them, like, not come to our land. But, you know, we've spent the whole 4 or 5 years we lived there restoring our, you know, trying to build a pollinator ecosystem and a native plant ecosystem, and, you know, it's gonna affect that. I have no doubt of that, you know, as an ecologist. And then, yeah, I think this is all stuff you consider. I don't think that we should be removing conditions from our agreements that has been made with the community. I realize a lot of people have just moved away or died, but, you know, I hope when I die that the agreements we make in our community, the community we build, it remains longer than myself, so that my daughter and her kids, if she has kids, can come and say, well, you know, like, this is something my dad helped build. And, you know, I think it's kind of sad that the community, maybe it's too sappy, but the community got together and made this agreement, and then, you know, we're just gonna vote it away. And, you know, it's nothing against anyone else. It's just, it's not the way I think other people would. It doesn't seem right, and it doesn't make me feel good about living in this community if our agreements aren't being held, you know. And maybe the law supersedes, maybe money supersedes our agreements, you know. Maybe that's the world we live in, but not really what I was hoping to hear. And, you know, I really would hope you consider moving the lot somewhere else that is a little, you'd still lose common land, but trying to make it a little more centralized. This is not walkable, this is not infill, this is kind of sprawl out into some of the open space. There definitely would be worth considering other places to build it if you can find something. I definitely think it's a mistake to build this big giant lot. And honestly, I think, you know, if we want to talk about compromise, you know, maybe don't push the house back away from the road towards the field in our house. At least say, well, if you're going to build it, keep the lot a little smaller, push it up against the road. so that the impact is more centralized towards the people who benefit from it, which is the HOA who are selling it, you know, because it seems fair to me, you know, and yeah, you know, I'd like to see, and I know, you know, I can't specifically speak for other landowners, but all the people I've talked to, you know, all feel that that field is something that's been conserved, and if that's not conserved, I think we're owed, you know, some communication. I know they said they went out and talked to the landowners, and again, I'm not picking on you two at all, but like, the only communication I got is, we are building this house, we are building it this way, just deal with it. There's been no attempt to be like, hey, can we try to adjust this somehow? Can we consider other sites? Can we talk about it? It's just, this is what we're doing, and like it or leave it, you know, and so, you know, I mean, maybe that's not the business of the planning commission, but I'm open to talk to my neighbors, but I'm just, yeah, I'm hoping that we can get some clarity and that it's not gonna be the next Walmart, because right now I'm feeling like, you know, I can hear the McDonald's bells ringing or the Taco Bell bells.
I don't think there's any commercial development proposed in this application.
Not in this one, but if you decide that PUD can be denied because someone wants to make money, then
I don't think we can look at those future applications based on this.
you can't look at precedent.
Well, no, I mean, it's not related. I mean, I think one of the problems in the argument that you're making is that there's distinctions to be made between applications. And so I was just simply noting that, you know, this is a one-unit boundary line adjustment and clarification on the common area designation. I don't think it makes sense to say that the sky is falling.
Can we talk about the sky not falling, or do we just have to have the same meeting every 5 years until I am 80?
Until you what?
It feels like a precedent is being set. We're deciding that every time that HOA wants to make some money, they can sell off potentially part of their common plan.
Can I comment, Dan?
Just a second. Mr. Hone, do you have any other comments?
No.
Okay. Sure. Mr. Bigglestone, if you wouldn't mind going up to microphone.
So, obviously, Charlie has...
Yeah, oh, sorry, if you introduce yourself.
Eric Bigglestone, I'm a resident of Murray Hill, as well as president of Homeowners Association. Obviously, Charlie has his feelings. He's throwing lots of accusations out there that don't seem to have substance. He's even said so. He's not a geologist, whatever it may be. I want to make it clear that this is not a money grab. We didn't suddenly say, hey, let's make a new lot so we can make money. This is a lot that has been approved how many ever years ago. It exists. We are just looking at the best interest of Murray Hill. If we have the ability to develop one more lot, we should have the right to look at that. We're not carving out new land. We're not going to add 10 more lots down the road. Even if I'm not sitting on the board, or anybody here is not sitting on the board, it's impossible for us to create more lots at Murray Hill. Number one, our water capacity can't handle it. We're not allowed, well, it could handle it, but we're not allowed to build any more based on the water capacity that we have now. That's why we have to drill a new well. And there's no other place to place this lot. It is a lot that was approved, again, I'm going to reiterate myself, when this development first came about. So I just want to make that clear that this is not, we suddenly need money, let's sell a lot, let's get as much money as possible for it without any consideration. We might not even put it up for sale. We feel that the best interest of Murray Hill at this time is to explore the option. We have the Senecals, we have their knowledge, so we have asked them to apply on our behalf. I'd just like to make that clear.
Thank you.
Can I give you this? Can I give you this?
Give it to Meredith. She can. And I just note that, you know, as I said before, it's not really the job of the DRB to redesign applications. We have to take them as they are. And so to the extent that there's an idea that there might be a better place for this, that's not really before us. The question is this fit within the regulations and laws that govern our zoning board? Can we approve this or not? Or can we approve it with some conditions and it will suffice? And so, you know, it's not, it's often beguiling to think, well, what could be better? And that's great conversation to often have between neighbors, between different groups. It's just not anything that we as a DRB can necessarily entertain. So it's, we're limited to this. Just as if you were coming before us with an application, any of you, and I don't mean any one person, you would have hopefully put some thought into it, and to have us sort of sit here and speculate, well, what if you did this? It would be a very frustrating process. It would also, I think, go contrary to what our job is, which is a bit more like an umpire in a baseball game, to call the balls and strikes. So, I just want to keep us focused on what that necessarily is. Kate, did you have a point?
Thank you, Dan. If I may just add to that, I want to acknowledge, I heard concern about the impacts of incremental development bit by bit in general in Vermont. I didn't hear that as an accusation, but as an issue in general, I totally hear you. And that is a question we've faced on the DRB, is if one lot is done in this spot and another is done, how do we anticipate the others that are done? But as Dan said, we're bound by what the law allows us to glance at and evaluate at any one time. Though certainly those questions of, well, what's next and how do those puzzle pieces fit together are valid questions. They aren't questions we can answer with the pieces of paper in front of us. But I just do want to acknowledge your concern about incremental development.
So does the PUD have any, so who would I talk to if I had concerns about the PUD not being followed?
Well,
What do you mean by not being followed? I mean, so the decision that we're going to make is whether or not to allow an amendment of the boundary line for Lot 1. We've already determined that Lot 1 exists as a separate lot, and we already determined at a prior meeting that the language reserved for common land on Lot 1 was not a critical condition to the issuance of the subdivision permit, such that Lot 1 could not be developed. So now the question is, we are going to answer the question of whether or not a boundary line adjustment is allowed. That will then be part of the PUD.
Well, first of all, I wasn't allowed to give a comment during the first meeting, even though I sat here for 2 hours. I said something, but I wasn't allowed to give an official comment on whether or not. So, I'm trying to address that now because I wasn't.
Sure, if you have anything more to add, please add it.
Charlie, can you go up to the microphone?
I came to the other meeting and that whole thing was passed through, and as a landowner or as a citizen or as a person concerned about conservation, I wasn't given the chance to comment. I'm commenting now because I want to at least be heard, even if I'm ignored. This is meant as a personal accusation against Murray Hill. Murray Hill is probably, the best HOA I've encountered of all the stuff in California and stuff. Just the fact is that, if one HOA doesn't have to follow the PUD that they set out, then, it does matter. And, if not you, then who do I turn to if I feel like a community agreement that has been set in a legal document or whatever it is isn't being followed?
Well, one thing that I think it's important to keep in mind is that we're not saying that the PUD conditions don't have weight. It's just that there are different conditions in different ways. For example, if a person applies for a restaurant and says, I want as a condition that I can be open for lunch. So we say, okay, they can be open for lunch. And they want to come back and they want to change that, and they say, oh, I do lunch and dinner. Now, if there is a reason for having that lunch condition in there, there may be a good reason to deny that dinner. But if it was just simply in there to clarify when they were open in the first place, then adding dinner is not causing any harm. And that's what we did at the first meeting, was really a determination of, was this essential common land that when they approved this in 1983, this was an essential part of this PUD, an essential part of the contract. And the determination that we made at the end, after the comments were taken, was that it was not. And that's what the Stowe Club Highlands test is about, is to say that there are certain essential conditions that are the basis for granting approval by an Act 250 commission, by a development review board, that are essential, that if to change them, you have to meet a high threshold. And the determination last time was that wasn't what was going on here. What was going on here was a little bit more of, they offered it as, the applicants themselves imposed it, really not intended to create reliance in the town or in the community, but just simply to clarify that for the time being, this was a common use lot, because they didn't intend to develop it. And so it's hard, and that's why I want to take I take your comments seriously, and that's why I'm trying to respond, is to say, this isn't, I don't see this, at least, and the board voted last time that it didn't see this as an essential condition. Now, other conditions on here, as part of the PUD that was granted back in 1983, can't be revisited. And that's why we took seriously the analysis about density, because there was a density calculation that was done, and we wanted to make sure that we weren't allowing creeping development, that just because the infill that was created since then has changed, that we weren't somehow shortchanging the intent of this community. And, you know, part of this is that this is a suburban-like community. It has a certain quality to its lots, in the way in which the driveways flow, that, as you point out, is different from your neighborhood on Main Street. So, you know, part of that is what it is, and we're trying to balance these various factors, and as I understand, the homeowners association wants this existing lot to be developed, to add. And the question that's before us is there anything in the PUD that requires this condition? And it's a two-step process. The last step that we took was it an essential condition? And we ruled as a board, no. It was not an essential condition requiring a elevated. But part of what we've been taking evidence on tonight is whether or not, even if we did lift this condition, would it create a negative impact? And I think your testimony has gone to that certainly for your house, there is a negative impact. You've also talked now about the wildlife. I actually had a follow-up question on the wildlife. You said the deer probably won't be affected because they don't seem to be affected by much of anything. No. But what kind of wildlife are we talking about that you're purporting may be affected by this development?
Well, I'm a botanist, and so, you know, you can actually go on, I won't get into these literal weeds, but you can go on iNaturalist and you can see a list of all the species I've documented. If you're interested, ask me later, or send me an email. But,
well, I mean, we can't take evidence outside of the hearing, okay. So that's why I'm asking now.
There's, you know, everything from, like, species of moths to plants that have come in on their own through the, you know, because they are dispersed by birds or by other animals, to, you know, we had a rare orchid pop up at one point in our tiny little wetland, which is another one, like, if another well is drilled, will the wetland dry up? I don't know, you know. There is, and it's not federally, it doesn't have special status, it's just cool and uncommon.
Right.
There's, you know, there's like 5 species of goldenrod or something like that. There's, you know, there's a lot of stuff. None of it is like an endangered species, but, you know, I value it. I think other residents of Montpelier value it.
Well, and, you know, I mean, I think a lot of these points are certainly something that the homeowners association should be considering for the remaining common land, because, you know, as they testified before, they have a big well area that they have to protect, and those type of species.
Does my well get any protection off our land?
Well, that's a good question, and that's, you know, that's an ongoing issue, which is the well is, we don't rule on well protection areas as a zoning matter. We're charged with looking at, you know, making sure that a property isn't created that doesn't have access to water. But the well shields are something that goes through the Agency of Natural Resources. And in a case like this, you know, the answer is probably no. That the well protection is, you know, there's a number of different issues, and I can tell you that the Murray Hill people have had issues with their well protection area, their secondary well protection area with the Vermont Compost Company uphill.
I won't go into that, but
nor will I.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, these are the constant kind of push and pull, because if you have a well shield area that goes beyond your boundaries, you know, there may be issues about protection of that well when your neighbors seek to develop. But if your neighbors have a right to develop, you know, we're not well experts, and we're not well shield experts.
So development rights supersede clean water?
It's not something that we can consider.
It's not something we can do.
It's not something this board can consider.
Okay.
It's not with the Department of Environmental Conservation, and it's not this board, so it doesn't.
And lastly, in terms of the PUD, is there something that, other than the preferences of the HOA, that would protect that land from being further developed by any sort.
So what I would probably recommend is if you're really serious about this, you can certainly have a conversation with Meredith and review the PUD permit that was granted in 1983 and go through the various details, because there are certain things that are in there that do protect it. But you know, ultimately you may want to seek legal counsel as an abutting neighbor to figure out what exactly the status of such things as the common area that abuts your backyard is entitled to, either through the various declarations of the homeowners association, through the subdivision and PUD permits that were granted back in 1983, or any other types of environmental permit. And it's not something we can necessarily answer with any definitive nature here, because, you know, we haven't been asked to look at the larger common area. What they've testified to is that these common areas were labeled as such. These other common areas outside of Lot 1 were labeled as such, and that they find them important, particularly the 12-acre one, because of the well. You know, and they're in common ownership. So it does, you know, it does raise those issues, but I can't give you a definitive answer tonight.
So this isn't the group that keeps the HOA following the PUD?
We don't enforce.
No, we are the group that the zoning administrator is the one who does enforcement. If they're violating their permit, the zoning administrator does the first notice of violation, and then it might come before us if there's a notice of violation that we have to enforce.
But there is no actual mechanism that protects my well, or, you know, the land, that land, that keeps that land is.
Let me see if I want to check with Meredith. I think that usually the way that would be implemented is if the zoning bylaw had a standard in it that said something like, shall not, the development or subdivision shall not have an undue adverse impact on the access to water for surrounding properties. And I don't think we have a drinking water provision or standard in our zoning. And so it would be the DEC permit, either the well drilling, or that would probably look into that. I'm afraid we don't have even a standard against which to evaluate that question, though it's a reasonable question.
Okay. Thanks. Was there any further testimony you wish to add?
I do want very briefly to speak about the issue of the impact on neighborhood water supplies. Murray Hill has a total of 4 drilled wells that it utilizes. All I need to do is find, well, I don't have the plan. I have a plan for everything else that goes. So this is the large meadow. There are 4 drilled wells here. We only draw water out of 2 of those wells. We check the static water levels in all 4 wells twice a year at the minimum. We have a hydrogeologist that we then feed that information to our hydrogeologist, and he then does a report. His last one was in 2016. And the wells are arranged so that between the well that we're talking about drilling down here and the wells up here, we have one of the wells that we don't pump water from. So the data that we give him on static water level changes in that well, which we call well number 1, enables him to assess whether we're having any drawdown impact, and if we are, what the extent of that drawdown impact is on the general aquifer, not immediately adjacent to our well, but some distance away, such as where well number 1 is located. his report in 2016 stated that there was, you could discern drawdown in immediate proximity to the wells that are being pumped, but that they recover when the pumps go off. That well one, which would be kind of the barometer on whether a water supply a significant distance from where we're pumping would be affected, is that there is no evidence at all of any change in the groundwater aquifer by the time you get from where we pump to where well number one is located. And I say that for the point that we're talking about a well that would be utilizing somewhere between 300 and 400 gallons a day on peak days during the year. That we've drawn. We're talking about wells at Murray Hill that are drawing 10,500 gallons a day on average and around 14,000 gallons a day on peak days, and yet we're having no effect on a well just south of that location. So it's not a simple statement of saying, well, my well is, well, my well. That a well is going to be affected because someone is going to build a house and drill a well at it, when the evidence in the immediate neighborhood is that
Good catch.
Wow.
Paul needed the exercise. Thank you, Paul.
I hope you're not paying them by the hour to catch these things.
It's not very stable.
So I wanted to make that point.
Okay.
And as far as the protection of the homeowners association or the compliance with the PUD standards, so the rules of the road were established in 1983. The association adopted a declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, and a set of bylaws. And based on legal advice, it was structured so that to make a change in the PUD, it takes 67% of all of the owners at Murray Hill voting in agreement with the change before before we could even seek permits. So we went through that process this time, and we had 61 votes cast, and 1 voted no. The other 60 voted yes, they wanted to make this change in Lot 1. If there were to be a proposal to add an additional lot, we're talking about using an existing lot but changing its shape. If there were to be a proposal to add an existing lot, I cannot imagine people at Murray Hill ever agreeing that they would request it. But the common interest ownership statute that was enacted a few years back by the Vermont legislature now has a standard that to add an additional lot to an existing PUD, it takes 100% of the owners agreeing to it. I have spoken to the board of directors about this. I am a big fan of that, but Murray Hill is under the statute that allowed 67% to be the determining thing. So I'm lobbying my board of directors at Murray Hill again. But this is a great idea. The board has the authority to amend its governing documents to make Murray Hills PUD subject to the new common ownership statute, which would mean it would take 100% of the people to change the PUD. And I'm a big fan of that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ken. Any further questions from the board? I mean, I'll simply note that common land going forward, there was a reason why this was granted with common land, such excessive common land. And, you know, I'll just simply say that we're not being asked to judge the greater common land. We're very much focused on this specific application. So, you know, that doesn't carry, at least in my view, any precedential value as far as what happens in the future. But unless anybody has any further, yes.
I just have one quick question. The status of the Mike Patterson survey plot, we weren't given a complete copy of that in the application. So I just didn't know if you had a complete copy with you that we could look at or just glance at real quickly.
We have.
And
I may have copies of everything except the full survey.
which is fine. I just would ask that it be.
I know Meredith has one. We
Survey of the entire.
No, just a survey of a lot.
Right, what he's asking for, because it says it's an excerpt, he was wondering if Mike Patterson did a survey of the entire PUD.
No, I'm just asking for, he did a survey here to create a new lot line, you know, for the adjustment, and there's a, there's a whole sheet with the notes and, in addition to, not another sheet, but the same sheet. We just don't have it. and so-
I'd be glad to give that to Meredith for files. Yeah.
Well, I think.
I believe we transmitted it to her, but maybe not.
Well, not only that, but I think we'll have to have a Mylar.
Yeah, we'll have to have, well, the Mylar.
With the boundary line adjustment?
Right, so that would be the site plan, Mylar of this, not necessarily, it depends on, different aspects of this, right? So it could be a Mylar of this.
Once
can
the
say
lot-
what you want.
When the lot is approved, then Mike Patterson finishes his work, and then we do a Mylar, and then it gets recorded in the city records.
I guess my question is are we doing final plat review on this or just site plan?
No, we're doing a final plan.
Final plat review. We call it now.
So if there's something specific that you want to see, we don't always have a requirement that the full survey be shown. Obviously, if there's a specific issue that you're looking for.
No, I just, I guess in my in my profession, I'm always required to do so, but I have not done any work in Montpelier. I think a survey includes the title block, the notes, the stamp, and I don't know. I would be comfortable with if we're doing an adjustment and there's a final plat that it be submitted with the entire application. Maybe not now, but
I see. So making sure it has the legend on it, the surveyor's stamp, and all that.
Right, so the final plat has to have all of those things on it. But we don't necessarily see an exact copy of that during this part of the application process.
In part because oftentimes that's generated as a result of what we put on as far as conditions are concerned.
So we're not approving final plat tonight?
Well, we may be talking about two different things. We're not approving the final map plat, but we're approving any condition, we're approving the zoning application, which is entitled, pull out my notes. Of course, I can't find them now. But we're approving, which is called final plat.
Final plan.
Final plan, sorry, final plan.
It's final plan, once this aspect is dealt with, and you've assumed approved a final plan, then they will submit a final plat to our office.
Yeah.
I'll then look at that, see if it's met all the conditions that everybody has agreed upon, and I don't do the final approval, actually, Dan has to literally sign that plat and look at it as well. And if there's issues where it doesn't comport, there's something, a legend missing, something like that, it doesn't get approved.
But this board doesn't approve the actual plat, just the chair signs it at the end.
Yeah.
We are approving the new lot, and then as long as the new lot is depicted on the plat, just the board chair signs it. So as far as this board's role, this is all we will do. So if there's information that you think is important that's not on what we have, then we need to make sure that it's noted so that it is included on the final plat.
I think it's always reasonable to ask applicants to submit documents with titles and dates and legends and things like that. So if you're requesting in part that, to ensure that we don't just get a zoomed-in part of a survey, but instead see the context, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my only request.
Yeah, I mean, okay. All right, so, Kevin.
Mr. Chair, would you want the board to entertain a motion to close the public hearing and to enter deliberative session? I'll throw that out there.
I would enjoy such a motion, if that's what you have just made. It's a motion by Kevin, second by Kate?
No.
No, you have a...
I have some additional questions.
Okay, for the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
For something that we went through pretty quickly, but I want to make sure that I fully understand it in light of additional evidence that's been given, and that has to do with the swale. Good description at the beginning. Thank you for the dimensions. We've since learned from Mr. Hone that they are hydric soils. So it relates to some questions I jotted down when you were first talking. I'll try and keep it brief. You said that the swale, because of its dimensions, spreads out the water instead of creating an erosive channel. And so that suggested to me that the water flows away from the site. But I also wondered if, because it's hydric soils and because it is pretty broad, doesn't the water infiltrate? And is there a risk of being pretty soggy soils around where the house is going to be built?
No, the swale actually intercepts any water that is flowing towards the building site.
Well, I understand that, but does it not absorb the water and kind of put it into the ground all around?
Well, it's been there for 34 years, and except after a rainstorm, you can walk on it pretty readily. And I don't know, Don Varney would know more than I do about it. He lives next to it. But this year, we've had a lot of hot weather, but this year I've walked it several times. It has never shown any indication of moisture at all.
Yeah, I guess that suggests to me that the water is absorbed into the ground, and as we're approving, our job is to make sure we approve a buildable site, I want to make sure that the water interacting with that site does not render it unbuildable. And there wasn't a chance to introduce this earlier. I don't mean to be, I'm not intending to throw out any sort of curveball. I just want to understand how the water's behaving on the site.
Right. The swale is intercepting water, the land below it where I believe Don was, Mr. Hone was referring to hydric soils. But we had the wetlands biologist out there. She did several auger testings and said, this is really great soil. Are you sure you don't want to build an on-site sewer system? So I'm not sure how, I believe Mr. Hone works in the same division that Shannon Morrison, who did the site inspection work, so maybe they can have a conversation between her saying that the soils are good enough to put in an on-site sewer system and his indication that the soils are might be moist or have a moisture problem.
Mr. Varney, if you have a...
I could elaborate.
If you wouldn't mind going to Mike, sorry.
For the folks playing along at home.
I could elaborate on that swale for you, and in fact, it is dry most of the time. When we have a heavy rain, it comes down, goes under the road, runs to the swale. And times I've stood up to my ankles in the water rolling through, but when it crosses into my land, whoever first built on my land put a culvert pipe in, so it's collected in that pipe, goes under my land, then comes out the back of my land, and goes into the meadow way down there. So in that respect, there would be no impact on that house, because all that water does flow down and goes out into the field far below. It might be more of a concern to him, it's way down the back of the field.
Okay.
Any other questions?
That helps me wrap my head around the water issues, not having been to the site. It's just the sort of thing that was a little bit of a yellow flag. I wanted to make sure it was not going to cause problems in the future.
Mr. Hahn, you had a comment?
I just wanted to say for the record that I'm in no way questioning anything that Shannon found at the site. She has my full confidence. All I was trying to say was that on our land I've observed, which is on the same map soil complex, I've observed that a lot of times the water doesn't readily soak in. I haven't poked around lot 1. It's none of my business.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion by Kevin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Kate. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to close the evidence and to take the matter under deliberation in a deliberative session, please raise your right hand. You have passed. Thank you all very much for your time, for your comments, for your very thorough analysis from all sides of this. We will issue a written decision following a deliberative session in a few days. It usually takes our process to vet that around at least a week or two. Our other business, our next regularly scheduled meeting is Tuesday, September 4th, 2018, 7 p.m. Same time, same channel here in the City Council chambers. Thank you all very much. Do we have a motion to adjourn into a deliberative session?
I just have one question before we go under our other business. The last meeting, we entered deliberative session for 27 School Street, if I recall.
Yes.
And the decision was going to be drafted? I'm looking for a status of that.
It was circulated. Did it
you not get a copy?
arrive? We've been having issues with our email.
Now that you mentioned that, I probably should have checked spam mail or something like that, but no, I never saw it.
Okay, so, yeah, check
haven't seen it
your
either?
folder.
Okay.
I didn't see it either.
Oh,
Okay, so
I'm gonna have to
it's a
talk to
major
tech.
issue.
Yeah, because we had some bounced back, and I got messages on that, but then others' emails didn't bounce back, so.
I'm glad I raised the issue.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm gonna talk to Seth.
Thanks.
Yeah, we did that last week.
Yeah, okay. If it's
Yeah, I
been
received
reviewed
it
by at
under
least a
an
few,
email that
it's
said
fine.
like test, and then had a
Okay,
copy
and then I
with
should have
no.
sent a new, because you and Dan were the only ones it bounced back from, that I got messages on, so I resent it to both of you, but I didn't get messages from anybody else.
Interesting.
Wow.
Because I will tell you, just as a matter of habit, I will always respond, even if just to say, looks great.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah. Big meeting with Seth tomorrow morning.
Okay. So let's have a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn into a deliberative session.
Okay, motion by Ryan.
Second.
Second by Tom. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. We are adjourned. Thank you.